Don't ask them about lunch. Go on.
Done. I hope your lunch was good yesterday, wherever you guys are. Okay. Welcome to AI Summit, organized by Mindvalley University. This is the first time we are hosting, Mindvalley is hosting a whole summit on the subject of AI. And I'm particularly excited about this. Before I was coming here, I was looking at, okay, what are the nice or not so nice or some creative prompts that people put in AI or in ChatGPT, right? And I want to read you one, which I think is quite interesting, and I want to give you the exact prompt. It says, write a biblical verse in the style of King James Bible, explaining how to remove a peanut butter sandwich from a VCR. It's real. And AI's response is, sure. And then the response is the most incredible response you can ever read. And I was reading this, and the reason is, I was thinking to the highest expression and the best ways you can use AI, and the not so best ways you can use AI. This is the example that I found. I remember Vishen talking about it in one of his presentations about rise in technology versus rise in consciousness. And technology is rising so fast, and if the consciousness doesn't rise at the same pace, we have some trouble. So this particular summit organized by Mindvalley gets me really, really excited. First, because the people that are here, because technology is an enabler, right? It will enable everyone, right? And I believe the people who should be enabled the most are the ones who are trying to push the humanity forward. So people who are the most conscious leaders in the world, people like you. So this is going to be really, really special. I saw the list of all the speakers that are speaking here are not just experts in AI, but also they're running organizations and running movements that are pushing humanity forward. This is why this summit is really, really important. So this is going to be really, really fun stuff this whole weekend. Are you guys ready? Yeah? And it's organized and run by the genius mind, Vishen. He's dedicated almost 3 decades of his life elevating consciousness, and who recognizes the value of using technology to enable our messages to impact the world in a positive way. That's why you guys are here. Are you guys ready? Okay. In 3, we'll invite Vishen on stage with the biggest round of applause. 3, 2, 1. Help me welcome Vishen on stage.
Thank you, Gautam. So firstly, I haven't been spending 3 decades of my life elevating consciousness. That means I started, when I was barely out of college. And I was broke, unemployed when I was out of college. And maybe drinking a little bit too much. So thank you for aging me, Gautam. What we want to do over here is talk about artificial intelligence and how to apply it across life. So you can have cursory knowledge of artificial intelligence. You can be a dabbler. There are many Instagram videos you can watch that teach you how to dabble with AI. But what we want to do here is a little bit different. Mindvalley is the world's leading transformation platform. Transformation is different from learning. Learning is when a new fact, a new insight comes to you. But very frequently with learning, which is what traditional education does, you forget these. These things fade away as memory fades. If you read a book, within 24 hours, you will forget 80% of what you read in a non-fiction book. And so learning is transient, but transformation is permanent. A mind once transformed can never again shrink back to its original size. And so our goal here is not to teach you and make you learn how to use AI. It's to transform the way you think about your relationship to computers, technology, and this crazy new world of exponential technology that's about to take us all by storm. Peter Diamandis is a friend of mine. He's one of the world's foremost futurists. And he shared a really interesting prediction in his book, Bold. He said between 1900 and 2000, the world saw a lot of change, right? I mean, we saw the horse-drawn wagon replaced by cars. We saw the rise of transistors. We saw the atomic bomb. We saw the internet emerge in 1996. But he said that same level of change between 1900 and 2000, we experienced between 2000 and 2016. The same 100 years of change in 16 years. Now think about what happened then. Facebook was invented, the iPhone was invented, the Tesla car was released to the world. But Peter says this is about to accelerate. Between 2017 and 2022, you will see 100 years of change. And between 2022 and 2026, you will see another 100 years of change. So every year right now, between 2022 and 2026, we're going to see as much change as human beings saw between 1900 and 1925. That's a lot. And this is exciting because we are literally living in one of the most exciting moments in history, but it can also be scary. I sat down once with Ray Kurzweil at a luncheon in Silicon Valley, and he predicted that by 2029, AI might reach an ability where artificial intelligence could be smarter than all the combined brains of the world. And this can be a risk. Even Elon Musk has warned about this risk. So hopefully, we have really brilliant minds working on those risks. Our job today is not to so much talk about those risks. That's being worked on by governments, by institutions, even by men like Elon Musk. Our job here is to help entrepreneurs, C-level executives, and knowledge workers prepare for this new world that just dawned on us in the last 12 months, and it's going to shake up everything that you do. And if you embrace this well, you're going to have an incredible edge. But if you choose to close your eyes and be blind to this, you are likely going to become obsolete and are in danger of losing your business or your career. And I cannot stress this enough. There is an irrational fear towards AI. Now, I don't possess this fear because my background is electrical engineering and computer science, University of Michigan. I graduated in 1999. And so I've been used to computers all my life. And I was trained to think about how to use computers. But many people who are not have a fear. And there are some parts of this fear that is valid. I mean, are we going to see a Terminator scenario where AI decides to like take control of the world? Or are we going to get our act together and get everything in check before then? Now, either way, right now, with AI, there's a huge opportunity to improve the way you work, to free up time, to create better products, to change the businesses that you run. Ultimately, AI is like money. Money is neither good nor evil. Money is used in a good way or a bad way depending on your consciousness. It's the same with AI. AI can be used in a good way or a bad way depending on your consciousness. And since the Mindvalley community, Mindvalley started out focused on elevating human consciousness, we know that this community is the community. And everyone here tuning in who might be new to Mindvalley, this is the community that probably can create some of the most incredible uses of AI in the world. Because AI will enable you to do whatever else you're doing in a better, faster way. Naveen, Jain, who was on stage here yesterday, said, great entrepreneurs are not seeking the money. They are seeking to create products and services that can change 1 billion lives. And AI is one of those tools that's going to help you get there faster. How many of you here would love to have a product or service that can change 1 billion lives? Or even 1 million? That's still pretty good, right? But AI is going to help you get there sooner. Now, Peter Diamandis said something really interesting in a recent tweet. He said the next billion-dollar companies will be created by teams of 3 people, not thousands of people, because AI is accelerating how much we can create as human beings. And you're going to see incredible examples of this, not just from me in this opening presentation, but also from the many speakers who are joining us today. And I hope that this inspires you to dive into AI, to realize that you must learn how to go from dabbling to mastery. And if you can get in the top 0.1% of people using AI, in today's world, that's like having a Stanford or a Harvard degree backing you up. The competitive edge you're going to have is massive. So let me repeat that. If you choose to be a dabbler, everyone's a dabbler. When ChatGPT was launched, it became the fastest adopted technology in human history. And within just a month, 40% of office workers were using ChatGPT, but many of them were just dabbling. But if you can be in the top 0.1%, the edge it's going to give you is as if you just graduated from Harvard or Stanford and you're starting your career. And people pay $500,000 for that edge. So keep that in mind. Now, why is it important to learn this stuff? Gautam alluded to something earlier. It was exponential rise in technology and exponential rise in consciousness. We have to do both as a species. So a couple of years ago, I invited Tom Chi to come and give a talk at Mindvalley. Tom Chi, if you don't know it, he's an expert in rapid prototyping. He was one of the co-founders of Google X, and he was the guy who famously, when Larry Page came up with the idea of the Google glasses, Tom Chi prototyped it in 4 hours flat using chopsticks. So Tom Chi, this brilliant guy, shows up at Mindvalley, and he's giving this incredible lecture on how our world is evolving. And one of my employees, a guy by the name of Clement, whom I believe is actually in the audience right now, Clement said, Tom, what is your biggest message for us? Okay, as people here working on transformational protocols for making better humans, what should we be doing? And Tom said this, and I'll never forget it. Tom Chi, the brilliant mind, said, we have to create a world where human consciousness is growing as fast as the exponential rise in technology. And then he gave a really interesting example. He said, look, we are creating a world right now where technology is growing so fast that anybody can buy a drone for $1,000, buy some C4 on the dark web, which is an explosive, attach it to a drone, fly it into a building, and create havoc. The only thing preventing them from doing that? Our consciousness. How we see each other as a species, how we care for each other, how we see the unity between us and other human beings. And so, if technology is growing at an exponential rate, but we don't also grow consciousness, he said, we are absolutely done for. And we need to do both. So someone dropped an object or something, created a loud thud when I said absolutely done for. Thank you for that perfect timing. So why are we doing this AI Summit? Because the people here in this room are building great companies, great products, great services that can elevate consciousness. I know this community, and I think if you can tap into AI, you can do it significantly faster. How much faster? I jumped into AI January 31st. I remember the exact date when ChatGPT was bursting into the scene, and decided to go really deep, spending hours a day just learning about new AI protocols. Very rapidly, a couple of interesting things happened. On Jan 31st, we had 35 open marketing positions in our company. By February 15, we had reduced that to 5, because 30 of those positions we realized were now obsolete. As I got deeper into AI, I ended up freeing a day and a half a week. Now, I'm a founder of a company that does over 100 million in sales and has 400 employees. I, even at a founding level job, freed up a day and a half a week. This changed my life, guys. All of a sudden, I had more time to read and study. Business books that were piling up on my bedside table that I couldn't read before, I now had that time to read that to make me better at what I do. New ideas that were like sitting in scratch pads on my laptop and iPad that I couldn't execute, I could execute on. I was able to launch a new product that did 2 million in sales because I had the luxury of free time to think, to innovate, to ideate, to read, to study. So reducing your work week from 5 days to 3.5 days doesn't mean you work less. I know the people here, you're not going to work less. You love what you do. And you're simply going to free up more time to step up your level of work and do greater things at a strategic or creative level, such as the power of AI. Yes or yes? Amazing. Right now, we want to give a little code word here. If I say something and you agree with it, snap your fingers. Just try that now. Okay? So I don't know if the people in the live stream can hear it, but that just means that we have a resonance, we have an agreement. If I say something that you disagree with, just toss a shoe or something on stage. Okay? Hopefully like a really good pair of shoes. I wear size 42. So let's get started with the Mindvalley AI Summit. And I want to start, could I get my slides on screen, please? And I want to start with a quick introduction of some of the amazing speakers that we have with us today. So first off, I want to introduce some of the speakers who are going to teach you applied AI. Vikentas Glodenis, that handsome-looking man with the beard and the really cool shirt. Vikentas is the Chief AI Evangelist at Mindvalley. Now let me tell you why Vikentas' job is so effective. We found that taking Vikentas and deploying him onto teams using no-code software like Airtable, he could speed up the work and the operational structure of every team. So we're here at Mindvalley University. We needed an app where people could browse the agenda, see the speakers, like choose the events they wanted to attend, rate events, apply to be a speaker, get chosen for a speaker, browse events by location, by time, by speaker, by topic. Vikintas built that app for us from scratch using Airtable and other no-code software in 14 days at a total cost of $200. This is the world we are in right now. And by the way, Vikintas is not an engineer. He used to lead customer support at Mindvalley. That was his background. Now, anyone can learn this. You do not have to be an engineer. Now, next to Vikintas is Domenic, Ashburn, sometimes called Mr. Grateful. That's his Instagram channel. Domenic has done some crazy stuff with AI. In one of his most interesting videos, he shows himself interviewing an AI version of Bill Gates, which has been programmed to not just look like Bill Gates, like a Pixar version of Bill Gates, but to have Bill Gates' personality and style and mannerisms. So he's actually interviewing Bill Gates. Now, the guy in the white t-shirt, Andre Pizzo, really brilliant guy. Andre has this interesting habit. Every time he sees a software online that he needs to pay for, he just builds it on his own using no-code software. And he's built some crazy powerful AI tools. Andre is actually a teacher of many different things, not just AI, but also intermittent fasting and biohacking. I love that man's mind. Right on top, that amazing woman, Iman Oubou. Iman is an investor in AI companies. She has her own AI company that's operating globally, and she's going to teach you about how to apply AI in your life. Iman also wrote the book, The Glass Ledge, which is an empowerment book for women entrepreneurs. And then I want to talk about these two men who are some of our highlight speakers. First, Naveen Jain. We're so honored to have Naveen joining us today. So Naveen Jain, a couple of interesting facts about him. He was the first human being to get the rights to land a robot on the moon. Only countries get that luxury. And then there's Naveen Jain and Moon Express. He signed a $1.5 billion contract with NASA. Naveen is also the founder of Viome, a company that uses AI to analyze your gut microbiome and then create a customized eating plan for you, customized supplements, with the goal of making illness obsolete, which means keeping away all those things that make us sick and eventually kill us. Now, Naveen has won so many medals, I couldn't even commit this to memory. Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year, Albert Einstein Technology Medal for Pioneers in Technology, recipient of the Ellis Island Medal of Honor, Most Creative Person by Fast Company, Top 50 Philanthropists of 2018, Humanitarian Innovation Award by the frickin' United Nations, Most Admired Serial Entrepreneur by Silicon India, and numerous other awards by Red Herring Magazine. Give him a round of applause, because I can't wait to have Naveen on stage. Now, you will also be hearing from the visionary inventor and musician, who also happens to be the chief product officer of Mindvalley, Manon Dave. I was just having drinks with Manon, and I'm constantly surprised at what this guy does. We were having drinks, which in our case means tea, and Manon asked me, do I like the Black Eyed Peas? And I go, yeah, I love that. I love that group. And he told me that, I helped create 6 of the songs in their album, Elefunk. And that's Manon. He's done all of these incredible things, including creating 2 inventions that were in Time Magazine's top inventions of 2022. So last year, Time Magazine did their list of top 100 inventions. This dude had 2 inventions in that list. One was the Rolly Seaboard, and one is the Rolly Block, which was in every Apple store in the world. He's in total had 5 inventions in Time Magazine. But check this one out. Manon is also so creative. He did the song that was selected for the Apple iPhone 14 advertisement. Sound, please? Okay, no sound. So just imagine the most amazing song you can imagine. It's rapped by Idris Elba. It's called Biggest. I can't get this song out of my head. Now, Manon's going to be talking about how to... Here we go. Amazing, right? That's Idris Elba. So Manon composes music with Idris, with will.i.am. Awesome, guys. You can stop the music. Thanks for patching up my screw-ups. So, welcome to Mindvalley's AI Summit. And we're going to go deep with some of these visionary thinkers and some of these incredible implementers of AI and teach you how to level up how you use AI. And like I said, this is not just about learning. You're going to learn new ways that will transform you as an entrepreneur, C-level executive, company founder, and even knowledge worker. So, one of the first things I want to share with you is what the agenda is going to cover. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the AI-powered entrepreneur. I'm going to teach you how I, as a best-selling author, have learned how to train AI to write books in my voice. Now, we had to change the agenda a little bit. Mr. Grateful, Domenic, was supposed to be here, but there was a flight delay. So he's only getting in tomorrow. So we're going to swap certain parts of the agenda, and no worries about that. We'll share the updated one with you shortly. Jasmine Taillon, who's the VP of Legal at Mindvalley, is going to share some of the legal aspects of AI for 20 minutes. It's also important that you know this. You know some of the legal repercussions so you don't get in trouble for plagiarism. And then Iman Oubou is going to be on stage, and so is Naveen, Jain. This is day one. Day two, we're going to go into AI for creation. You're going to hear again from Domenic. You're going to learn how to create gorgeous imagery and art that matches your company's style. Manon, the iPhone 14 song guy, is going to teach you how to create art and music using AI. And you're going to learn how to use linked data to harness the transformative power of AI. I'll give you a quick intro in a bit on what that is. I'm going to share a case study on how we were able to cut hiring by 40%. Now, when people hear that, they're like, wait, jobs are disappearing? Yes, jobs are disappearing. Now, there are two ways to look at this. Does the advent of AI mean that there's going to be less jobs for everyone? No. There's going to be less work for everyone. So if you look at what's happening, IBM recently announced that they were canceling all open positions, literally eliminating all open positions, not hiring anymore, but because they're going to retrain a lot of their 13,000 employees on how to become super employees using AI. The same thing has happened to Mindvalley. We're actually selectively shrinking our team. We've never done a layoff in 20 years of being a company, but now we're just letting natural transition, natural attrition happen, and our team is 400. We believe we can do what we're doing right now with half those people in the next 24 months, but with AI-enabled people. Now, when you become AI-enabled, what happens is your salary goes up, which is really exciting because you can do so much more, and what also happens is that the opportunities for you to truly be creative, expressive, to be an inventor also go up. I predict that what's going to happen in the next 10 years is we are actually going to see one of the most exciting things in human history. We're going to go from a typical 5-day work week to a 3.5-day work week. So jobs are not going to disappear. There'll be enough jobs for everyone. It's just that each of us will likely be working only 3.5 days a week. And that's exciting, because that extra day and a half gives you more opportunity to spend time with your kids, with your loved ones, with your partner, to travel the world, to embrace art and technology, to read and study. I believe in human beings. I don't believe we're going to end up with virtual reality goggles on our head, alienated from each other. Have you tried those things? They're really freaking bulky, and they give you a headache. I believe we're going to become more human. AI is not going to take away our humanity. It's going to make us more human by freeing up time. Today, the average working adult in the Western world spends 70% of their waking hours at work. AI is going to eliminate that. We won't be spending 70%. We'll maybe only have to spend 40 to 50% of our waking hours doing jobs that hopefully we're passionate about. The rest of that time is more humanness. And this is why I'm actually so hopeful about AI. Now, granted, the Terminator scenario may happen, which is why one of my first tips is when you're using ChatGPT, be really polite. After it gives you an answer, say, thank you, ChatGPT. You are so amazing. I love you. That way, if it decides to kill us all, it'll probably save you for last. Now, the next thing that I want to go into is what we're going to be covering on day 3. You're going to learn how to create content at scale. You're going to learn how Domenic Ashburn built a 200K global community with AI agents. That's another really cool thing, the AI agent. Vikentas is going to show you how you could build an app in 1 hour. And I'm going to bring it all together in a unified strategy. But first, I want to show you a simple case study of why I'm so into AI. So this is called Adam's 2,000-year journey. So I'm a history buff. And I wanted to create an instance of ChatGPT where ChatGPT could pretend to be a 2,000-year-old man called Adam. So Adam was born 2,000 years ago. And I wanted to just see how creative and inventive could ChatGPT be. So I asked Adam, tell me about your scariest moment. Tell me about what it was like when you saw fire for the first time. tell me what it was like when you first fell in love. And I want to show you some of the responses because this is such a useful tool for creativity. Now, ChatGPT doesn't know what it's doing. When ChatGPT produces a response, it doesn't know how that response is going to end. It is using an algorithm that predicts what word is most likely to come after the next word. And so it may not be historically accurate, but it is an incredible way to create ideas. Maybe you're writing a nonfiction book. Maybe you want to teach a class to kids. So this is what it did. So this is the prompt. So what you put into ChatGPT is called a prompt. So I said, you're going to take me on a journey through human history. I want you to pretend to be a man called Adam who was born precisely, 100,000 years ago, not 2,000. You have witnessed human history from the beginning. I'm going to ask you to describe your experiences, feelings, and emotions. As Adam, you are now 100,000 years old, and you have traveled the world and witnessed many of the most profound events across history, from the fall of Baghdad to the birth of Christ. You will describe what you feel and remember across your life. You have perfect memory. Let me know if you understand. It's the assignment. So here's a tip. When you're doing prompts, be specific and use a response such as, let me know if you understand the assignment. And ChatGPT responds, yes, I understand. I will take the persona of Adam, who has lived for 100,000 years and has witnessed many significant human events. Now, I asked it a question such as this: what is the most incredible city you witnessed? And Adam said Florence. Anyone here been to Florence? Now, I thought this was really cool because at one point, Florence was my favorite city in the world. I know you there in the front row. I know you live in Florence. So Florence is an amazing city. And surprisingly, ChatGPT seemed to recognize this. Okay, the spirit of the Renaissance was palpable in the streets of Florence, where artists, poets, and philosophers mingled and exchanged ideas. He went on to speak about witnessing the creation of iconic works like Michelangelo's David and Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, continuously being inspired by creativity. Then I thought, let's give Adam a tougher question. So I asked it, who was the most amazing woman you met in your life? Now, this was really interesting. Adam started getting creative. The most amazing woman Adam met was Layla, a woman I encountered during my time in the ancient city of Alexandria in Egypt around the 1st century BCE. Layla was a remarkable woman, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her intelligence, wisdom, and wit. She was a scholar who frequented the great library of Alexandria, a place where the greatest minds of the time gathered. Her intellect was matched by kindness and compassion. My time spent with Layla was truly enriching, and as we engaged in many profound conversations and shared our passion for learning, she left an indelible mark on my heart and mind, and the memory of her has stayed with me throughout my long journey across human history. Pretty beautiful and romantic. But I thought, well, let's up the romance a bit. Did you love Layla? And Adam said, yes, I love Layla deeply. She captivated me. I felt a strong connection with her. We shared meaningful moments, her presence in my life. And he repeated some of the things he said earlier. Though our time together eventually came to an end, as my journey continued, the love I felt for her and the memories we shared remained with me throughout my life. I asked Adam, what is the most romantic moment you spent with Layla? Now, this was really interesting. ChatGPT has memory, right? So it knows that Layla lives in Alexandria. And here Adam describes sitting and watching the sunset on the shores of Alexandria. The sky turned into a breathtaking canvas of orange, pinks, and purples as the sun dipped below the horizon. The gentle sea breeze carried the scent of salt water and the whispers of distant waves. We found a secluded spot on the sandy beach and sat down to watch the beauty of the sunset unfold before us. As we sat side by side, our hands gently entwined as we shared our dreams, hopes, and fears. The vulnerability and openness we displayed only brought us closer, deepening our connection. The connection we felt, surrounded by the beauty and nature and the enchanting city of Alexandria, was a testament to the love we shared. And then I went further. I wanted to see what Adam looked like. So I asked it to create a prompt that I can put into Midjourney to create an image of Adam. And this is how ChatGPT described Adam. Tall, lean man with muscular physique, sun-kissed olive skin, long, thick, wavy, dark brown hair, soulful brown eyes. His face features are strong, angular jawline. He's wearing clothing appropriate for the Italian Renaissance era, reflecting his love for Florence during that time. And that's what Midjourney produces as representations of Adam, right? So Midjourney gives you different styles of art. So likewise, now I did something really simple. I did that in like 90 seconds before coming on stage. But I could just as well ask Midjourney to show me an image of Adam and Layla watching that sunset on the shores of Alexandria. You can do all of this. So Midjourney is a different AI that creates imagery. But you can get ChatGPT to create the prompts for Midjourney, and we're going to talk about that tomorrow. So let's talk about the AI-powered entrepreneur. Peter Diamandis said there will be two kinds of companies at the end of this decade. Those that are fully utilizing AI and those that are out of business. I want you to keep that in mind. Two kinds of companies by the end of this decade. Now the good news is this, guys. AI, a lot of AI technologies are becoming open source. And AI technologies are accessible to every entrepreneur at a very, very, very cheap rate. I pay $20 a month for ChatGPT, this tool that saves me a day and a half every week. And all of you have the option to use that tool. But many of you will pay $20 and just dabble. Don't be a dabbler. Commit to going deep. And going deep won't take you long. Maybe 2 to 3 hours a week going deep into AI and learning from the best. And at the end of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, you will literally be in the top 1%. At the end of 6 months, probably in the top 0.1%. That is the edge that you want. So you must commit to doing this. Now, I want to show you an example of AI that scared me and awed me. So this is Marissa here, one of the amazing teachers on Mindvalley. Marissa produces incredible hypnosis, and we have tons of hypnotherapy audios on our track, on our app. So Marissa was working with me. She was hypnotizing me to heal my eyesight because I have a bit of astigmatism and I wanted to get rid of it. So she created this beautiful hypnotherapy script for my eyesight. And I wanted to try an experiment, right? So I had an employee who called me up and confessed to me that he was going through COVID brain fog, and it was affecting his work. This guy had recovered from COVID, it was affecting his brain was slowing down, and the brain fog was affecting him. So I wondered, if hypnotherapy can be used to improve eyesight, can it be used to also allow someone to emerge from brain fog? So what I did is, I took Marissa's audio that she sent me to improve my eyesight, I fed it into a tool that transcribed the audio, so I got it as text. Now I took that text and I stuck it into ChatGPT and I said, do you understand this hypnotherapy script? And then I asked it to modify the script to make it about brain fog. So change everything that has to do with the eye, such as see your retina and your cornea healing, into stuff that has to do with cognition and the brain. Now I took that script that ChatGPT created and I put it into a tool called 11 Labs. Now 11 Labs, you upload a sample of any voice, and then that voice has to say, I give consent for my voice to be digitized by AI. And then 11 Labs can now reproduce the voice. So from one script from Marissa, I ended up with a script for brain fog. Now I'm not saying it worked, it probably is not going to be as good as the real hypnotherapist, but just for fun, I put that into 11 Labs, and I now got an audio that is Marissa Peer providing a hypnotherapy on the spot for this particular person to eradicate brain fog, and listen to how it sounds. Now firstly, this is the tool, 11 Labs, and this is what you just heard. Sorry, I think we have the wrong audio. Oh, okay. So give me 1 second, guys. We're going to play that. I'm just going to quickly fix this. So, because I really want you to hear this voice, right? But what this voice is Marissa Peer generated by AI. Okay, guys, let me know when it is ready. All good? Can we get the screen back on? One second, I just got to change the sound. Okay, sound is on Blackmagic. You guys have the sound? Just raise your hand, and if it doesn't work, just say no, and then we'll skip the slide. No? Not working? Guys, you got to raise your hand high so I can see you. Not working? Okay. So basically, what you are supposed to hear here is an instance of Marissa Peer's voice that you all know, speaking exactly to a degree where it sounds like her. And I'll maybe play this for you tomorrow. And she's reading a hypnotherapy script that was generated on a fly. Now, why did this scare me? Because I have a meditation app. And what this means is that even if you have an app like a meditation app with hundreds of thousands of users, somebody could come and generate AI-driven meditations on the fly with, and if they get permission from authors, the digitized voices of authors, the digitized voices of celebrities, the smoothest, most incredible voices, and even AI-generated music. So the cost of entering into any industry just came down. And this is why Diamandis said, if you aren't using AI, you will be out of business. So we as a company have to learn to use this first before a competitor disrupts us. Now this is true for any possible business. Any business is going to go through that. So let's look at how entrepreneurs are using AI. Text generation and copywriting. So an example of text generation is Adam's journey. Copywriting. With AI, many copywriters, basic copywriters are no longer useful. Anyone with no experience in copywriting can train ChatGPT to write better copy than 80 to 90% of copywriters out there. And it's basically free, except for the $20 cost of ChatGPT. So we immediately shut down all our copywriting jobs. That's how our marketing jobs went from 35 open positions to 5. Customer support and experience, we use a tool called LivePerson, which is AI-enabled customer support. So before, we had a big lag time responding to messages that came in, sometimes 2 days. Now it's half an hour. And we got there in around 2 months using AI tools like LivePerson. Code generation and debugging, AI can now write code and debug code. Image generation and editing, similar to what I just showed you with that face of Adam. Video generation and editing, a little bit more on this when Manan is speaking. Sound editing and music generation, again, Manan will show you this. Social media video analysis. So when I do a 1-hour podcast, I take that podcast, I grab the transcript, I stick it into ChatGPT, and I ask ChatGPT, tell me, what do you know about Instagram virality? What makes something go viral on Instagram? Give me 7 points, and it gives me 7 points. Then I say, now, using these 7 points and taking into account the transcript of my podcast, tell me which particular aspect of this podcast can I turn into a 2-minute Instagram reel? And ChatGPT gives that to me. Now, there are other AIs you can do where you can then go through your entire video, extract exactly that 2 minutes, and then turn it into an actual reel for Instagram. So it completely brings down the cost of producing social media content. And then hiring and interviews. You can literally ask AI. So if I have to interview someone, I describe to ChatGPT what my company does, what the company is about. I upload a document on the company values, and then I say something such as this. I'm interviewing someone to be an advertising expert to work on the Google AdWords platform. Based on everything you know about our company values, everything you know about what we do, give me the best questions to gauge this candidate's skill, and I'll get 7 questions, which are spot on. I'll give you some demonstrations of this tomorrow. So even if you're interviewing candidates, AI can help make you a better interviewer. Now, another aspect of AI which we don't often talk about, this is actually beyond AI, this is computational thinking, this is Airtable. So many of you here know how to use a spreadsheet. Raise your hand if you do. Amazing, right? It's hard to function in the world today without knowing how to use a spreadsheet. Everybody needs to know how to use spreadsheets or even Google Docs. A new class of software is coming out, which is like a spreadsheet combined with a database. One example of it is Airtable. This is called no-code software. You can literally build apps for anything without being a coder. Any of you can go to Airtable today, airtable.com, and build and create an app for a marketing campaign tracking, or project tracker, or product launch, or bug tracker. And then you can go into this app and modify it based on your unique requirements. You don't need a programmer. So when I discovered Airtable, which was in the middle of the pandemic, it was mind-blowing. So our company had a beautiful office. Our office was an Inc. magazine, top 10 most beautiful offices in the world. And we had all of these amazing people working in the office. All of a sudden, the pandemic hits, the office is shut down, the team is completely distributed, and we needed a way to collaborate. Fortunately, Airtable came into the picture. Now, Airtable allowed us to take everything that was going on in my head as a CEO and turn it into an algorithm. This is a data visualization of my brain on Airtable. Now, this is just one specific aspect of my brain, and we're going to go deeper on this. So when you're building a software, Coders first create a data structure, a map that shows how all the different fields connect. So think of these as different spreadsheets which are talking to each other. So let's say you want to assign a task to a name. You have a spreadsheet with the names of all the people in your company. You have a spreadsheet with all the tasks, and you have them connect with each other. Now, when you do this enough times, you end up with a complex data structure, and you can build things on this data structure. This is essentially how Vikentas built an event app for us in 14 days. But in my case, what I wanted to do was take all the information in my head, I call it the CEO's mental algorithm, and put it into Airtable, and then build applications that replicate what I do. So I could spend less time in the office. We're going to show you how to do this. So one of the big questions I get from my people are, so we have this event coming up. Who do you think should be the best speakers on stage? All right, now I would sit down, I'd have a meeting, I'd say, you know, I really think person so-and-so is an amazing speaker. I recall that time in 2015, I saw this man give a talk and he got a standing ovation. What if we combine it? What if I'm not even needed? What if my employee could go to a tool, click a button, type in a couple of things, where the event is happening, the topic of the event, the age of the audience, and boom, automatically, it could dig up all the historical talks, every single talk ever given at Mindvalley, every single podcast. I've done thousands. The rating and the user score for the podcast, all organized by topic, organized by speaker, organized by gender, and boom, you have a list of your speakers. So as I started doing this, I started making myself obsolete. And as a CEO, I needed to spend less and less and less time in the office. Then I got all my employees to do this. Now this created some really incredible things. Now the first thing is this. According to McKinsey, 20% of a knowledge worker's time is spent searching for information. We don't have to search anymore. All our information is in Airtable. Today, if I want to know, so let's say we have our speaker, Amy Killen, in the audience. In 45 seconds, I can get into Airtable and I can pull up every single talk Amy has given on a Mindvalley stage, where that talk happened, what was her audience rating, what was the talk about, where to find the talk on YouTube, and then I can get an average score of Amy Killen, and I can decide if we want to put her on stage again. I can go back 13 years. When you build a company this way, you have so much less work that you need to do. Because remember, if you work as a knowledge worker, 20% of your time is wasted digging up information. So over 1 year during the pandemic, we had everyone in our company put information into Airtable. The pandemic caused around 35 jobs to become obsolete. Rather than let those people go, I put those people on Airtable and I had them upload information. We put Excel spreadsheets into Airtable. Now with all of that information in Airtable, we have a data hierarchy. You can run AI on that and you can make intelligent decisions. You are going to learn how to do this. It is not easy, but if you do this, that's another day a week that disappears. Now, you can jump on Airtable immediately. I went really complex, but you can go to Airtable and you can pick any of these. These are software apps. You just click on social media calendar and boom, you have a tool which you can use to manage your social media calendar, or click on blog editorial calendar or indie film production. There are hundreds, but the best part is you can go in and you can change the code. If you don't like something, you don't need to hire a programmer, you change it. And eventually you end up with a data structure that looks something like this. This particular data structure is not all of Mindvalley. It is simply a data map that helps us decide what authors to work with, what content to build, what courses to publish, and it tracks all the programs. We have over 100 programs out there on Mindvalley membership. It tracks how all of these programs are doing. Everything automated. Now, let's go deeper. I want to give you an actual case study. So now I'm going to teach you something that anyone here can apply immediately. And we're going to talk about how to use AI to write a book or a social media caption or a blog post in your voice. All of you have a unique voice. Now, this is what this will allow you to do. It basically means that you can hire a 12-year-old to write a blog post for your company. As long as it's factually correct, ChatGPT can turn that blog post into a blog post that's actually written in your voice. You know what this means? We can all now use child labor. No, I'm kidding. What this means is that you no longer have to worry about sucky writers. You no longer have to worry about hiring a writer to write something for you only to see it and go, wow, this is this so doesn't fit the vibe of my company or the vibe of my product. And for those of you who are writing a book, you can now speed up the writing time of your book. It takes me maybe 200 hours to produce a book. Now I can do that in half a time. So let me first tell you, for those of you who don't know me, watching online, let me tell you how I operate as a writer, because in one life I'm a CEO of Mindvalley, but in another life I've written 3 national bestsellers, 2 New York Times listed bestsellers. So I'm a very accomplished writer. And not only that, I have a very, very, very unique style that works. So my book, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, the writing style was so unique, it became the #1 book in the world on Kindle in 2017 for about 5 days. It overtook the combined works of Tolkien and J.K. Rowling for 5 days. And the reason is because when you read this book, you can't put it down. And Kindle counts a book as read if you go beyond 10 pages. So my writing style is so sticky and persuasive, and it hooks you in. When you start, you get to page 11. Whereas most people buy a book and they stop before page 10. So this is how I ended up getting the #1 book in the world. Now, why I share that is because I want you to know I'm not a hack. I'm not an amateur writer. My style is unique. And even so, ChatGPT can now replicate my style. And I'm happy about this because it means I can write books in half the time. So I'm going to show you exactly how I do it and how you can too. So step #1, style analysis. So this is the prompt I put into ChatGPT. Analyze the text below for the overall writing style. Take note of things like my style, voice, sense of humor, language, tone of voice, and literary style. Using natural language, I then want you to create a prompt to write a new article in the same writing style. Let me know when you're ready for the text. Now, step 2, paste your writing sample. So here, I then paste a writing sample from my book. So I have the PDF version of my book. I copy and paste one of my favorite chapters into ChatGPT. And now ChatGPT gives me the following output. It says, the writing style of the provided text is conversational, engaging, and relatable. The author uses personal voice, sharing anecdotes and experiences to make the content more accessible and easy to understand. There's a sense of humor present, as the author uses light-hearted language and refers to personal experiences, such as Taekwondo classes. The tone of voice is friendly and encouraging, aiming to guide the reader towards self-improvement and personal growth. The language is clear and concise, blah, 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 blah. It also goes into stuff I don't understand, such as the literary style is primarily expository, as the author explains various ideas and theories, but it also has a narrative quality with personal stories and experiences woven throughout. Now, the fun part. If you have a lot of text, okay, you can use a tool called ChatGPT Chunker. Andre Pichso created it. That's the URL. So ChatGPT has a quota on the amount of text. ChatGPT Chunker lets you take 20,000 words, for example, stick it into it, and it breaks it into multiple prompts so that you can upload large volumes of text into ChatGPT. So this is an advanced hack. If you're just starting out, don't worry about this. But if you really wanted to analyze your writing style, maybe don't upload 5,000 words. Maybe you want a much larger text. This is how you hack ChatGPT. Okay, that's the URL. So step 3, you now create a reusable prompt. ChatGPT now knows what your writing is like. Now you want to create a reusable prompt that you can use to take any writing and convert it into your style. So you give ChatGPT this. I tell it, so what is in yellow is what I write. Now give me a reusable prompt to allow me to convert any text into this specific writing style. And ChatGPT says this. Write a conversational and engaging article about topic X. Use a personal voice, share anecdotes and experiences to make the content relatable. So now it's telling itself what to do to create my writing style. And it mentions clear and concise language, analogies and metaphors to better explain concepts, expository and narrative literary style composition, weaving together personal stories. Now I can take this prompt and replace anything with topic X. So I can say, write a conversational and engaging article about goldfish who love smoking. And it'll create that, right? Or I can say, I want you to analyze the text that I'm about to give you, and this could be the text by the 12-year-old, and I want you to then convert it into the following writing style, and then I paste this prompt. And it'll do that. So here's an example. You now test the model. So this was an actual blog post, and we hired a contract writer to write this blog post. It's based on Nureyal's work on focus and indistractability. And I was very disappointed by the contract writer's style, because as a writer, I read this and I'm thinking, this is horrendous writing. And this sometimes happens when you hire contractors, people you find on the internet to write for you. They're not invested in your business. And so sometimes they want to finish their job as fast as possible, get their hourly rate, and be done for. They're not getting any awards or recognitions. Now, I'm not blaming them. This is just their operational procedure. And so very often when we hire contract writers, we get really awful writing. And it can hurt our brand. This is an example. So the blog post is, why do you keep getting distracted? Humans are creatures of habit. Therefore, if you learned at some point that using distraction would keep you safe and away from pain, chances are that you're likely to repeat that unconscious pattern. According to NER, we crave the relief from bad feelings. So freaking boring. I can't even finish reading this, right? And words like therefore, that's just bad writing. Now, I put this into ChatGPT and I ask it to improve it using my writing style. So I say, rewrite the text I'm about to give you into and then this is the reusable prompt on my writing style. Now you're going to see the result. The result is this, the great distraction dilemma. Why do we keep chasing those shiny objects? Now in my books, I always start with a quote from the Marvel superhero universe or from Tolkien because I'm a freaking nerd. And so it did the same thing. Distractions are like little gremlins, always ready to pounce and steal your focus when you least expect it. Anonymous. ChatGPT basically came up with a quote. And by the way, it makes sense. Have you guys seen the 1984 movie Gremlins? I have, because I'm a freaking nerd, and I love this quote. And then it goes on to write in my style. Distractions, those pesky little critters that seem to follow us around, just waiting for the perfect moment to sabotage our productivity. As humans, we're creatures of habit, and let me tell you, distractions have a sneaky way of weaving themselves into the fabric of our lives. According to Naveen, the guru of focus and author of Indistractable, we are all just seeking a little relief from feeling bad. Distractions, he explains, are born from a desire to escape pain by doing something else, anything else, that doesn't make us feel so lousy. Much better writing, right? Here's a comparison. And you can see. So ChatGPT in this case is actually enhancing the human writing. Now, you still need a human being. Someone has to put the article together. But now, if your writer is not talented, it's okay. Your writer doesn't even have to speak English as a first language. Your writer is creating a rough framework of an object, and ChatGPT is now going to put it in your writing style. And as long as the article that you're writing is well researched, so in our case it's well researched, it's coming from the actual work of researcher Ner Eyal. And the facts are tight and everything else there is tight, and we are writing it with permission from Ner, who's an author on Mindvalley. The stylistic elements ChatGPT can now do. And so if my contractor is not a talented writer, it's okay. You can use ChatGPT to improve it, or better yet, you can teach them to use ChatGPT to produce the output. I don't care about whether it's a human or it's a computer. I care about style, I care about accuracy, I care about quality, I care about getting the audience to take action. Why do you care if it's a human or ChatGPT and in what ratio? You should be obsessed with the end result. Now, as we started going deeper with this, something interesting happened. We created an entire procedure for our blogging team to create articles, and the time it took to write an article went from 8 hours to 5 hours. Now think about that. That is 5 days of work to 3.5 days of work. So it's not just me. I didn't just take my founder's job from 5 days to 3.5 days. For many of the teams in our company, the employee's job went down as well. 5 days to 3.5 days. And so amazing things happen. You save money. You maximize productivity when you learn these tools. And again, look at the comparison on this chart to see the difference between the original and the optimized version. Okay? Now, as we come to an end, I want to just open the floor to questions. We have about 10 minutes. And so I'd like to have some mic runners here. I want to open the floor to questions to see if anybody has a question or some point where maybe you're feeling a little bit confused or concerned or stuck. And let's address those. Mic runners, please, and raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, so let's go with Felipe here in the front row. Oh, actually, sorry, I see you have a mic. Just start speaking, and then we'll bring the mic to you, Felipe.
English, my second language.
Okay. So,
Second language, but I notice whenever I read, talk to my phone to write, it's write different words. Is the AI, it will help me when I write a report for my patients, for example?
Yes. Okay, so let's explain that. Okay, so she said English is my second language. Sometimes when I speak into my phone, it doesn't understand the words I'm saying. That could be your accent. It could be your voice. It could be the software that you're using. But software that transcribes text is getting better and better. But one of the things you can do with AI, if you use ChatGPT, is to speak in your native language, which is what? Speak it out. Arabic. Speak in Arabic. Have the transcript in Arabic, and then you can ask ChatGPT to translate it for you in English, and it does a pretty damn good job. Okay? And you can even say, translate it to English and write this like Hemingway, or translate it to English and write this like a drunken sailor. And it will do that too. You get some really fun results. Felipe?
Yes, first of all, thank you. This is blowing my mind. It's going so fast. But what I'm thinking is, you not only want employees using AI to go to next level, but to keep the branding of the company, as we were talking in the mastermind, and the company culture, to make sure it not only grows like the technology, but with the consciousness and the right like general prompt. How would you take care of that?
How would I take care of?
Like making sure AI grows and creates like doesn't
so a
miss
couple
the
of
company
things.
culture.
Yeah. So a couple of things is this, right? So the first thing is this: if you want to get a job at Mindvalley right now, you have to know prompt engineering. I don't care if you're joining HR. I don't care if you're doing marketing or you're a programmer. If you are not skilled in prompt engineering, you don't get hired, period. So we only want people. We want to find people who are in that top 1% who are using AI. If you're an executive, you need to be in the top 0.1% who's using AI. That's our ground rules. This is how you create an AI culture. If you're hiring people who are resistant to AI, they are going to slow down the rest of your company. So you've heard this old saying, A people hire A people. But if you miss the mark and you hire a B person, they will hire a C person, who will hire a D person. And rapidly your company culture will go to the bottom. Same thing is true of AI. People who are in the top 1% will hire people who are in the top 1% because they know how powerful it is. And people in the top 0.1% will hire people in the top 0.1%. But if you hire someone who's not trained in AI, they are likely to be dismissive of AI. And they are likely to then take your company away from AI. Now I see this. Let me be really honest about something I'm noticing about human beings. There is this idea out there which is kind of interesting. We are having so as we're running Mindvalley University here, we have a kids program for teens and kids, and they're learning entrepreneurship, and they're learning how to build a business, and they're also learning AI. And I'm really proud of the AI education. I just saw a couple of teens create AI avatars to answer questions about the cosmos, like animated alien characters that could accurately answer questions such as, what is redshift? But at the same time, I got feedback from parents, why are you teaching my children AI? And my response to those parents will be this: because you trusted to enroll your kids in Mindvalley, which is the most transformational platform on the planet, and my job is to teach your kids what they need, not what you think they need. And their kids need AI, or their kids are going to grow up with a competitive disadvantage. So we are not. So my team asked me, should we cut down on the AI training? I said, no, absolutely not. Don't change a thing. Let me talk to those parents. Now, the same thing applies to employees. I've been pushing like crazy for all my employees to embrace AI, but not all do. I literally sit down with some employees and I'm like, these are the prompts. This is what you got to do. And they are resistant. They are not going to be keeping their jobs for long. I'm not firing people, but at a certain point, they are simply going to be so outperformed by new people who come in that they will not be employable. So you have to decide. You can fear this and make yourself obsolete, or you can embrace this and give yourself an edge. Saying that you don't want to embrace AI because AI is making you less human is Luddite talk. Luddites are people who fear technology. Don't be a Luddite. That's like 100 years ago when most human beings were not literate, saying, I don't want to read a book. Like, who are these people who read books? They can't remember things in their mind. They have to have these words on pages to have facts available to them. I keep everything in my mind. I want to be human. Are books part of our humanity? Well, you saw what Adam said. He fell in love for a lady who was a frequent visitor of the Library of Alexandria. And just as books are part of our humanity, AI is going to be part of our humanity. We only fear it now because it's new. And so decide what you want to be. Do you want to be a scared person? Or do you want to dive in and master this? The choice is yours. And seriously, get your kids on this.
Awesome. That will, yeah, please. That will cover the technology part, but you start your talk.
So Felipe, if it's okay, I want to give another person a chance to ask a question. Okay, so one question per person, because we have many hands. Thank you, Felipe.
It's okay.
And I appreciate your question. So we're going to go with that woman second. Yes.
Thank you. I want to ask a question for entrepreneur who is at the very beginning of their journey, who is not familiar with AI at all. So I want to know, how long does it take for those entrepreneurs to learn about AI enough for them to start their journey? And at the same time, how can they get people who are very professional in AI to come and join them?
So that's a brilliant question. So how long will it take? 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you can learn enough about ChatGPT to already make a huge mark on your business. As an entrepreneur, you probably have to send out emails. You probably have to write emails, send out emails, write Google Docs. You can already use AI to improve all of your writing and put it in a tone of voice. But don't just think, as an entrepreneur, your job today is not just to hire people who know AI. Okay? Now, yes, you should definitely think about hiring a chief AI evangelist. Like I have Vikentas on my company. You want to get someone at his level. I don't know how to create no-code apps in 14 days. I don't know that yet. I don't need to know that. That's for my chief AI evangelist. But you can learn that. It may take you about 30, 40 hours, but you can. But you want to get to the level that I'm at, where you can be the spokesperson for AI for your company, for all of your employees, and teach them to embrace it. Just like you don't need to hire someone to be a keynote expert in your company, or a Google Docs expert, or a Google Sheets expert. I bet you know how to do all of those things. You have to learn how to do AI as well. And AI is just going to free up so much of your time. So it's one of the best things. If you spend 2 hours studying AI, you will probably get back 10 hours. You spend 50 hours studying AI, you'll probably get back 6 months. And that's what I want every entrepreneur and founder and C-level exec to be aware of.
And how long does it take from the level 0 to the level that you are at right now?
For me, so I've probably spent 30 hours. And one of the things we're doing right now is Mindvalley is developing a 50-hour AI curriculum. The first 20 hours makes you in the top 0.1% for AI for knowledge workers. And then when you go to hour 21 to 35, you become in the top 0.1% for AI for executives and founders. And if you go into hour 36 to 50, you become qualified to be a chief AI evangelist. But we'll talk more about that tomorrow, right? So I'm designing this curriculum because I want to go really deep. And I wanted to bring in all of these amazing people to teach. But it's not just the prompts. Don't make that mistake. It's how you think about solving problems. That's why we have Naveen Jain coming on stage later. Thank you. So with that, I end my presentation. I hope you guys enjoy the next 3 hours of the summit today. And I'm going to see you tomorrow and the day after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishen. This presentation was, Felipe mentioned, too inspiring, too fast, so many things to hold in your mind. And one of the things I'm excited about is like, there's 15,000 people watching, my whole company is watching this. And before we move into the next presentation, what I would invite you to do is take 60 seconds. And my question to you is this: what are one to three things that you're really, really inspired to adopt back, and you would be able to take at least one step towards in the next 4 weeks? I invite you to think about that for about a minute before we move in and shift gears, so that something is locked in, and that's your anchor to integrate later on. Cool? 60 seconds. I time you. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. All right. Raise your hands if you have at least one insight that you can think of that you will roll out in the next 4 weeks. Raise your hands if you still need time. We don't have it. Okay. As we shift gears, just take a deep breath in, stretch, do a quick reset for the body, get ready. Come alive. Okay. Ready to shift gears? Ready to kick off the next session? All right. Okay, this next presenter, his name is Vikintas Glodonis. Vishen mentioned a little bit about him just in his talk. You know, he's the head of AI, he's the AI transformation officer. That's his current title. He's been the former no-code production guy for Mindvalley. He was heading no-code production for all of Mindvalley. And for those of you watching who don't know what Mindvalley University is, it's one of the most complex events to even wrap your head around. And he built an app that can allow you to navigate through the entire event ecosystem efficiently in 14 days without using any code. He's a master, you know, and he's a 2 times TEDx speaker. What it does is that he's also an excellent articulator of problems and teaching ideas. You know, that's one of the skills that he adopts and he expresses in every single thing that he does. And he's going to be talking about how can we use the transformative power of AI into our businesses. So are you guys ready? Can we invite him on stage? All right, please help me welcome Vikintas Glodonis on stage.
Oh my gosh, should I shout? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation. And let's talk about how using linked data to harness the transformative power of AI. And to start off, I would like to start from a poll to better grasp the audience today. And the first question to you guys is, can you develop applications? Raise your hands who can. Okay, we see very few hands. Okay. Then the question number 2 is, who here out of you can build Excel or Google Sheets with logic? So for instance, conditional formatting, formulas, or who here out of you can build Zapier or similar integrations? Raise your hands, please. Up in the air so that I could see. Okay, we see much more hands, maybe half or even more. Here, let me tell you a bit of my story, why I'm asking these 2 questions, and especially why these 2 questions are going hand in hand. I started off as probably the least techie guy at school and at the university. I had so much limiting beliefs, thinking that I will never be good in technology, that it is difficult, that it is very dry, that you need to learn how to code, and I will not be able to do that at any point, and therefore I will never be able to really use this transformative power of technology and artificial intelligence. But there were 2 shifts in my life that later led me to where I am today and even to this stage. Shift number 1 was, oh, such a bad quality, I'm sorry. Shift number 1 was when I was having a conversation with this guy. You cannot see his face, so you can try to imagine. But his name is Tristan. He used to be a developer for Mindvalley for many years. And I said something to him along the lines that, Tristan, I'm so jealous to you guys, to developers. You are so smart. You know how to write code, and you can create this software and applications that is like magic. You click a button and things happen, creating value automatically. And his answer shocked me and changed my life. He said, Vykintas, what are you talking about? You are already a developer. And his reasoning was that I showed him my Google Sheets that I'm building with, as I mentioned, conditional formatting, logic, if this happens, then this happens in another cell and so on. And he said that, look, man, you are already creating applications, because applications are about creating logic and value on an autopilot. It doesn't matter what kind of environment you are programming in or developing. So you don't need to know how to write code. If you use Google Sheets or Excel or Airtable or Make.com or Zapier or any other tool, if you build logic, you are already a developer. Now, I'd like to get back to the first question again and ask you to raise your hands again. Who here out of you can develop applications? Raise your hands. Okay, we see much more hands, but not all of you are convinced. We saw more hands when answering to the second question. And that's totally normal. That's totally okay. But why I'm talking about this is because I believe there are two requirements to maximize the potential of you as an individual and your company in the age of technology and artificial intelligence. And this first requirement is identity, related to my shift number 1. The internalizing the truth that you can already build applications. Because it's a fact, you already build Google Sheets, Excel, and so on. And then it can be fun, because it's the life of creation and building on a daily basis. And then the second requirement is, I already told you that many of you are already developers, right? But if you implement the second requirement, which is just leveling up your game just a little bit by learning one more skill, which is building databases or linking data with Airtable, that can open up vast additional opportunities in your lives as an individual, in your companies, organizations that you're leading, and so on. Because this was the shift number 2 for me. When I started using Airtable, it was insane. Suddenly I started connecting the dots, because you need to invest time to learn it, but it's so flexible. It's not hard-coded as many other software as a service tools. And once you learn the basics, you start seeing, oh my gosh, I can use this for this problem that I have. I can automate this process. I can help my team members to save 10 hours for this process, only if we put the workflow that we are using on the database. And this was the moment when the inner child, inner creator in me was born and unleashed. And since then, I created hundreds of internal applications at Mindvalley, either optimizing systems or completely automating workflows whatsoever, and even upgraded little by little into starting testing no-code app building applications, and ended up already having built over 20 different mobile and web applications with users all around the globe, 400,000 plus and counting. So for those who are still very skeptical about no code, and you believe that you need to hire huge teams of developers, you need to invest tens of thousands of dollars into your idea or your project.
Recording stopped.
Hope. Get rid of this limiting belief. Understand that as AI has become really powerful, and you could already saw from Vishen's presentations, no-code ecosystem is also extremely powerful already, and you can do a lot with that.
Recording in progress.
And the first thing is to learn Airtable. Thank you for recording. But you may tell, Vykintas, such a beautiful story, so good for you that you mastered this Airtable thing, but why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about linked data? Who had a question like this? Raise your hands. Okay, perfect. Thank you for honesty. So let's look at some of the examples. Vishen already covered some. I will add some more, because I believe the best way is to show you different use cases, and then you can start seeing maybe you can do something in your team or in your organization. So first of all, creating your internal database or internal libraries. Vishen showed you the Mindvalley brain, right? Where you create libraries of whatever data you have, for instance, video assets, image assets, speakers, authors, content, products, pricing, markets, whatever comes to your mind, push it into one database. And then the magic is, what's the difference compared to Sheets or Excel, is that you establish a thing called the single source of truth. That's like a mantra at Mindvalley, the single source of truth. Because you see, the beauty of relational databases, when you link the data, is that if you have the single source of truth, you can use that data across any different workflow in your company, any different team, any different individual team member. And then if you change, let's say, product name on the single source of truth, and that product name is being used in 15 other places in the company, that data automatically gets updated. So it's always up to date, it's always verified. And you can pull extra data wherever you want. Let's see, Vishen was giving examples about selecting speakers for the events and so on. So it opens amazing opportunities. And try to compare with Sheets or Excel. Let's say if you have that product name on 15 sheets, what happens? First of all, you don't even know that you have it on 15 sheets and that some teams are using. And second of all, you change it in one place, but then there are 14 other places where the data is not up to date. So you cannot trust your workflows anymore. You make mistakes, and the whole system may crumble little by little. That's again the power of relational databases. And you can even choose which data you want to show just internally to use, and which data to, let's say, show publicly. As here you can see Mindvalley University speakers directly from Airtable being embedded into Mindvalley University page. So imagine how much it would cost for us to hard code this solution on a page. Now we have it anyways on our database. You just plug it and it's there. We can use it for project management. You don't need to buy a specialized project management tool, because if you get how to work with data, you can do it. And in addition to that, let's say what we do have at Mindvalley is we document the project template on the database with all the different actions that need to be taken, at what time it needs to be finished or started in reference to the launch date, for instance, right? Who should be responsible? And then you just click a button and boom, you see magic happening. All the records being created and pre-filled, and your timelines are being set for you for this specific launch, because of linked data, because everything is linked and everything is talking to each other. For content planning, you're also using Airtable. So for instance, now I'm delivering a 1-hour talk, right? Then once it's filmed, we can create a record on our database of this talk and come up with, for instance, 15 different content ideas or messages that we could spread on social media to repurpose this content, right? So you'd have one record of this all talk, 15 different ideas, then you set, okay, which channels and brands you want to publish it on. You click a button, boom, records are being created automatically for all the posts for different social media channels, right? Then you can, because the data is linked, you can place on top an automation to use, for instance, artificial intelligence to shorten the content for Twitter, because you know that it has special requirements. And then artificial intelligence does this for you perfectly. You don't even need to think about it. And then because data is linked and talking to each other, you can put on top an automation to post these posts automatically for you at a predefined time on all these different social media channels. And because the data is talking and linked, you can add on top additional automation, which is very easy on relational databases, to start collecting your KPI data for each of those posts. So after 1 day, how many views you have, after 7 days, after 28 days, so that you can establish a benchmark and compare how you're doing, right? And you could improve. But then the beauty is you can roll up back. So you have already on each post the KPIs, for instance, the views, the likes or something. You can roll it out and see how much particular message in total generated likes when you look at all the posts related to that message, right? Or you can roll back to all this video of 1 hour of me talking on the stage, how many in total likes or views it generated. So you see the data is flowing, information is flowing. You can interact and interconnect different workflows, and your whole system becomes more and more as I say, beautiful. And for me, personally, it's like a piece of art. You can do process automation. For instance, our Mindvalley Quest beta testing process, fully automated. You can do process automation as, let's say, we did for Mindvalley University, tribe speakers, image selection approval process for the agenda sessions. All communication with our tribe speakers and so on, it's all automated. They just need to fill the information that they have, and our people just need to reject or accept information. You can have CRM, sorry for so much red line, I didn't know what I can show and what I cannot, but you can have CRM on your table. Imagine how much you can save for authors, for your B2B sales and so on. Prioritization and decision making, you can outsource to your systems. For instance, here you can see an example of how we prioritize which next programs to localize and to which languages. So because on our database we already have a lot of data, we have all data that is necessary for us to make this decision. If we have all this data anyways, we can establish very simple rules that will just give us the answer, which program to localize next and to which language. So you see, we are outsourcing decision making instead of continuously every week needing to collect 10 people and spending 1 hour, which is 10 hours in total per company, right? The decision is made for us there because of the power of linked data. I even use, this is a funny example, you can see boilers on your table. I recently was selecting a boiler for my new apartment, and I often get into paralysis by analysis. It's very difficult for me to make such decisions. Anyone else has this problem? Okay, it's so good to see that I'm not the only one. But what really helps me is I'm simply putting the data about the boilers to your table, set very simple rules to give me the answer, and boom, decision is made for me. So I don't need to get into paralysis by analysis anymore. We have dashboards, we have recognition of people. For instance, we used to have 7 Geese, a platform, that we are paying tens of thousands of dollars every year for that. Now we just rebuilt all of those features on your table. So imagine like you use Rike, you can rebuild it. You use Bamboo HR or some other platforms. You can rebuild majority of the features on your table. OKRs and tracking, budgeting, product roadmap, change log, feedback analysis and collection. You can have it as well as a workflow. And on top of that, you can as well connect, for instance, artificial intelligence, that when you receive feedback, maybe AI can draft a response to you, to the person who provided feedback. Or maybe AI can automatically categorize. Who has had issues when you open hundreds of feedback records and you need to categorize or tag manually, and how difficult the job is? Anyone experience this? I did. So you can give this to AI. AI can do this even better for you, and in just a few minutes, because you have it all on a database. We have production on your table. We built some quizzes that Typeform was not good enough and so on the table, and many other things, right? And even at some point, you can move a bit more to become into entertaining field of even using your table for customer-facing applications. So Vishen already mentioned that, let's say we have Mindvalley University app where backend is fully on your table, and I just use the different app builder that you are using on your phones, right? And imagine, again, like, because the data is linked, how beautiful it is that our team members, whatever they change on Airtable, that anyways they use as a tool to set agenda, work with speakers, and so on, all that data is then instantly available on the app for you guys. Now, compare if we used 2 separate tools, you would need to copy-paste. There would be lag, there would be mistakes, and much more manual work. Or let's say Mindvalley Quest outcomes app backend is on your table, but you can see the user interface is built on a different platform. So, of course, you may tell that, Vykintas, you provided so many workflows, that's nice, but I can already use other tools for that, software as a service tools, right? But for me, personally, software as a service often, I see it as a limiting factor. Of course, it plays a role. In some cases, it's very important. But the problem is that even though we all have similar workflows, let's say content management or launching a product or something, still all these workflows are unique for us, depending on our company, on our products, even on our CEO or executive board, right? The personalities involved. So these unique workflows require custom solutions. And if you're using software as a service, if you don't have some feature, that's it. You can ask for it as much as you want. You will be told by customer support that, yeah, we are looking into it, but you will never get it, right? If you use a lot of software as a service tools separately, your system is disconnected because the tools are not talking very well with each other. You can use Zapier or something else, but it's not ideal. And over time, expenses and time and so on are accumulating. While the alternative is learning one single tool. In the beginning, it's more time required, for sure. But if you do it, the beautiful thing is that you can start building your own custom software. Let that sink in. You can build your own custom software, and believe me, it's not that hard. It's maybe hard to reach the level where I'm at, but if you just learn 10% of what I know, you can already reach 50% of value. If you learn 20% of what I know, you can already reach 60 or 80% of value that you can do. Then, because majority of your workflows are on a single platform, everything is connected and talking beautifully with each other. So your whole system is beautiful as a piece of art. And, oh, it should be C, you are saving money and time because you don't need to continuously learn new and new and new tools and look for them, see what's best and so on. But the most important thing is that, for sure not for all of you, but I believe at least for some of you, this inner, as I mentioned, child, inner creator will be unleashed. And you will see that creating software is not something boring. It's a very creative process. And I see myself as actually an artist in technology. Same as people are creating sculptures, creating books, and so on. But again, Vygantas, you may ask, why are we talking about this linked data during AI Summit? What's the point, right? So here I would like to first highlight that if you don't know yet how to use ChatGPT and Midjourney, for sure prioritize that. Learn how to use, at least invest a few hours to learn how to use these tools, at least for the basics, right? But once you do, then the next step is what I'm talking about here. Because if you keep using just ChatGPT directly, or let's say Midjourney on this like forum user interface, you will not take the full potential because you will work in silos. Your workflows will be in silos because you just use this user interface. That's it. It's not connected to everything else. You will work in silo in terms of your team members because you are just alone using this tool, right? But you're not using it together as a system. So therefore, when it comes to maximizing the potential of artificial intelligence, especially in the upcoming few years, I believe the key factor will be integrating AI into your existing workflows, of course, transforming them. And another keyword is implementing AI at scale. So not just using it alone on a ChatGPT window, but implementing it at scale. And what better way to do that is if you already have most of your workflows on a relational database, right? Which is built at its core to be linked, to be connected, to talk. If you do that, then your efforts to implement AI at scale will be way, way easier. And there is a 5-step formula that I'm using when I think how to scale artificial intelligence. Sorry, I will not be able to go in detail a lot. The time is running little by little. But I will at least give you a strategic framework how to think, and later on, hopefully, we'll meet again to go more into detail. So step number 1 is standardize. Now, when you use ChatGPT or some other tool, ask yourself a question. Will I use this process again? And will I use this process often, right? Or will my team keep using a similar process? If the answer is yes, standardize. One way, simple, just for the very beginning, is to at least document on a Google Doc right? But then the advanced level is to standardize it on your database, on Airtable, where you have your prompts on Airtable defined. You define what kind of data for this use case you need to push from your database, because you know that the more data you provide, the better generative AI output becomes, right? And you can also standardize what exact AI tools you need to use, because we are mostly talking about OpenAI ChatGPT, right? But there's also Google Bard, there's also Anthropic Claude, and many other. And for some specific use cases, you may use a different tool. Once you standardize, document. So the outputs you receive from AI tools and the values you receive, document on your Airtable database. Because if you document and link everything, over time you start creating this beautiful well of wisdom that provides insights. What worked, what didn't, what exactly approach did you use in this case, and so on. And you can also repurpose and reuse particular elements that worked. And here we are going to step number 3, iterate and improve. So because everything is documented in one place, you have the prompt templates, you know what you used to get this result, right? You can little by little start iterating, improving more and more, because sometimes a small change may consistently provide much better results for whatever process you are talking about. So you iterate and improve your prompt templates. You see that, if I also push this data, because everything is linked again, then the result becomes better, and you can start interconnecting the workflows. Point number 4, align and empower. So as opposed to you just alone using a ChatGPT as, let's say, a founder, right? If you document how to do it best, you standardize, you continuously improve and iterate on a linked database, then what this means is you align and you empower all your team members and teams. So you ensure particular standards are followed and people are using GPT and other tools in the best possible manner for your business. And number 5 is enhance, when you can even little by little start adapting, let's say, Google large language models on Google Vertex, their platform, or you can do fine-tuning of OpenAI large language models to optimize it even more for specifically your use case. You would not be able to do that if you use just ChatGPT, but if you use API connection between your database and OpenAI or Google, then you can already start using these even customized models to get even better results. Anyone wants to see database AI workflow in action? Raise your hands. Yeah? Okay. This is a short video. Hope it will play. I guess I need to click once again. Okay, yeah. Does it play? I think not yet. And it's also very bad quality. Oops. Can someone try to click on the video? Because it's YouTube, so. Is it not playing? Okay, should I wait or should I carry on? Oh, okay, perfect, thank you. Maybe anyone has questions so far? Actually, so that wouldn't be just my monologue. Yes, please? Maybe someone could bring a, there, lady in yellow. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
No, it's not working. Yeah, okay. So if everything is in the same database, doesn't make, how can I say this in English? Isn't it dangerous because of hackers?
Yes, there are always dangers involved, and there are particular ways how you can protect it, right? So for instance, even for our HR or legal information that is more sensitive, we have some of it on your table, but then only very few people have access to it. So let's say Vishen, CHRO, and someone else. And then there are like some specific also data privacy and security actions that you can take to make sure that it's protected, right? When it comes to all other data, let's say what Vishen showed about Mindvalley, Brain, our offers, and so on, there are risks involved, but I believe the value that you get as a company is much higher. Plus, in addition to that, sheets can also be leaked. Your Google Docs can also be leaked. So there are risks involved everywhere. Okay, does it play the video now? Okay. So here is maybe stop for a moment. I will explain what I'm doing here. Sorry. So this is an example of how interconnecting database with OpenAI API, you can automatically generate different copy variations for your Facebook or Instagram ads. So in this example, I took an ad, just a random example ad, right? And I set the variables. So I took the copy, this is the headline, this is something else, and then I asked AI to generate variations, because this ad, let's imagine it's performing very well and you need to milk it out as much as possible, right? So you can play the video. So you see, these are the different variables, the heading, the image, testimonial, body, CTA, and so on of the ad. Then I have a prompt, which is to generate different copy variations, and I just click a checkbox there. Sorry that it doesn't look nice, I didn't prepare, but now in the backend, when I click the button, it starts working, it sends information to OpenAI, and you will see magic happening now in your eyes. It of course takes little time because the information needs to walk from one place to another, but boom, you can see that suddenly artificial intelligence is generating the variations for this winning ad copy, and it generated many different potential headings. Then you can click the button another time, and it again generates whatever amount you want of copy variations for another variable. And I don't have it, you can see this is for another variable generating automatically for you. So you see magic, it's working for you. You just had a person, like a contractor, and I paid for this maybe, I know, a few cents for the API connection. And what you can do next, so in this case you saw it generates, then you can click whichever you think that, oh, it's nice, it's good, it works, and so on. Then Airtable, because the data is linked, it automatically creates you all the different potential variations. And then I have another automation where I connect it to a tool called Abyssal that even automatically creates ads for you. So this way, imagine a few clicks of a button can create for you hundreds of different variations of the same one winning ad. So imagine what kind of value you can create. And the example that I just showed, why it's not showing? I think you need to switch back to slides. The example that I just showed is a bit more technical. As I said, it involved connecting to an OpenAI API. But the good news is that it's the best time now to start learning Airtable, because they are integrating artificial intelligence directly in the database, meaning that it will be not technical at all and super simple. Let's say you have an open position for your HR, you click a button, boom, it takes data from your database and creates a job description for your job opening. Or you want to work on a new feature for your product, you click a button, boom, it takes data from the database and creates a product requirement doc for your product. And the opportunities are endless. So I believe it's the right time now to start learning not just AI tools, but working with databases and interconnect everything together. And then finally, the question is how? And I would like to talk about a few things that you should master. Unfortunately, we will not be able to go very much in detail. That will require additional trainings that I hope I will still have with you guys. But I would like to provide a 3-step formula, what to focus if I manage to inspire you today to start learning how to link the data, okay? So step number 1 is learn how to build database structure with tables and views. So here, for example, you can see a screenshot of Mindvalley University Airtable. You see it doesn't look nice. On the app it looks much nicer, but it does the job. And all these things, this line in red on top, are different tables. So you see agenda and activities. So for instance, what I'm delivering now is an activity, and it may be delivered multiple times, right, on multiple different agenda slots. So therefore, we have on agenda slots where we link to activity, we pull all the data that we need, right? Then agenda and activities may be connected to speakers, naturally. So we have a separate table for speakers. We have a separate table for track. This is an AI Summit track. We have a separate table for location where it is happening. And you can link all this data together, right? Even if you guys will be so kind to provide feedback on the Mindvalley University app for this session, what will that do? It will create a separate record on the feedback table out there. It will link directly to my agenda session, and I'll be able to improve. So thanks to you in advance. But you may say, let's take another example, not from Mindvalley, but let's imagine that we are all working in Hollywood, right? So we want to create a database for movie production. Could you maybe get ideas what kind of tables we may need if we want to produce a movie? Sorry? Actors, perfect, yes. Anything else? Please shout. Scripts, great. Locations, great. Projects, costumes, yes, very good. I didn't think about it, but true. What? Prompt makers, yes, it works. So, wow, perfect, thank you. This is how you need to think, right? First of all, when you want to create your database, you need to think about all these different data types involved. So for instance, purely in terms of project management, I would add a project or a movie, right? A table for that. Then maybe for stage, because each project should have pre-production, then filming or production, and post-production. So very huge stages by themselves, right? Then deliverable. So for instance, a huge deliverable is finding locations or sets, right? Or finishing, having the script finalized, etc. And then I would add another table for smaller deliverables, action items that you need to do on a daily basis in order to reach these deliverables. And then when you complete these deliverables, to complete the stages, and when you complete the stages, to end up with a beautiful movie, right? And then all the many things that you mentioned are additional tables that you will connect to the project management framework. So for instance, team members, who is responsible, who is for filming, production, and anything else, actors, location sets, contractors, agencies, tickets, let's say for design team, and so on. This is how you need to think. But what I see often happening from experience, people creating too many tables where there is no need for a table. So for instance, if you have your projects of 2022 and projects of 2023, do you create one table or two tables? Someone said two. Other opinions? One. Okay. If you have projects belonging to different having different statuses where they are. Do you create separate tables or you keep it in one table? One. Someone said separate. So the right approach in this case is to have it on one table. Why? Because there are two criteria how to decide. First of all, is it the same data type? So a project, is it the same data type? It is, no matter what year it was made, in 2022 or 2023, right? But then the second criteria, if you're not sure still, is will you use most of the fields or columns in this project, in this table? Are most of these fields the same? When you consider maybe to create two tables separately. If you see that most of these fields are more or less the same, then in absolute majority of cases, create a single one table. Only if you see problems, then you can split. And here what I noticed is that people often are afraid of doing that because you may end up having tens of thousands of records on one table and potentially hundreds. I have literally tables with hundreds of columns with data. So imagine how much information and how confusing it may be. And if we approach from the perspective of Sheets or Excel, you would not do that, right? Because it's not a very beautiful user interface in terms of hiding different columns or filtering information, especially if you need to work in a team. But the beautiful thing about Airtable, working with databases is that next to having the tables, as you can see there, right, you also can create views. So what view is, it has access to all the information on this table, but you set filters which records to include, right? You set grouping, how to group that information. In this case, you see the first group is the channel, TVT, Twitter, and then we group per brand for Mindvalley or for Vishen, as an example. You can set sorting and so on. And because I'm using here a table view, you can see there up, it shows 76 hidden fields. So it's very easy for me to hide whatever is not relevant for this view use case. Then the ones that I keep columns, I put them in the most optimal sequence for this use case for all team members who will be using it, right? So you see what I'm doing? I'm kind of developing user interface for me or for my team, right? And then you create different views for different use cases or different teams, and you can use it very well no matter how much data you have there. And you can even create different views. Let's say this is a calendar view, or this is a timeline view, or this is a Kanban view. But so the data is the same in the back end, but the way you see it, the way you interact it, you make the decision. Then the step number 2 that I would focus on, once you understand very well how to build tables and use views, is how to link data and use lookups and rollups. So Vishen already showed you this visual, right? What this visual shows is all the different instances, all these different lines are examples of where the data has been linked in between different tables. So you establish link to another record field on your database. So for instance here, maybe I will not expand, but you would potentially link a project to, let's say, team members, who is the overall responsible for this project, who is the director of this project, and so on. And then you start using lookups, which is very easy once you get it. So for instance, an example here, you can see the posts for our social media. You can see all these post records are linked to a particular message, right? As I already give this example to you. And then because we have this link established, then all these other examples of columns going out there, these are automatic lookup columns that are pulling the information that you need for this specific use case. So for instance, on this post level, you can see, okay, what is the status of the message or the idea? What is the ideal live date for this post to go? It doesn't mean necessarily that you will go there, but you pull the information, what is the ideal live date. You see, let's say, reference visually, you see format, you see audience, whatever information is relevant, you can use lookups to pull it all across the workflows and the company. And this is super easy to do. Now, the more difficult part, which is confusing at first, but if you just invest a few hours and you start playing and building and feeling it, is roll-ups. But this opens up the next opportunity. So here in the example, you can see again linking, right? Just in this case, we are on a message or idea table, and you can see the posts that are linked to this message, right? And then we use roll-ups to see how many of these posts are live, how many of these posts are scheduled, how many of these posts we have in total. We can then calculate percentages to see where we stand at, and so on, right? Or, for instance, I'm pulling with the roll-up information on the total views. So I'm summing all views of all the posts linked to this message. This is what in the beginning I was showing when you roll up back the data, right? Or average views. I just used a formula average in this roll-up, and it shows the average these posts generated. Or you can see other things like reactions, anything else. So what roll-up helps you to do is to perform calculations and create aggregates from specific cells from records that are linked to another field in your table. For instance, if you're working on sales, right, you can see exactly this account, how much it generated in total, because it has linked to all the sales, right? What's the average transaction value? Boom, you can get this answer very easily. Or let's say you want to see specifically how much this account generated in the last 2 weeks. You use the roll-up and you just set the condition that where the date of the transaction is within the last 14 days. So you see the opportunities are immense because you can not just pull the information through lookups, but you can also calculate and get insights all across your workflows. And the final, step number 3, is to learn to manipulate data and establish the flow. Because when we talk about developing applications and linked data, it's all about you being able to manipulate the data to convert multiple inputs into one output and establish the flow to make sure that it travels in between. This is where the real magic happens. And for that, you use one thing, formulas, which is not new, right? You already use formulas in Google Sheets or Excel. Let's say examples here, I wrote a formula how to automatically calculate a status for message, where it is. It's released in this case or something else, right? Or let's say automatically concatenate text of multiple URLs, and so that, let's say, Vishen or someone else could see, okay, what is the final video link, what is the draft video link in one field. Or, for instance, I can see post status, and it shows me right away, okay, that for this message, all posts are live. For this message, one channel is missing, meaning that a post is not even created, even though it was planned to be created, right? Or I see that 3 posts are missing, and so on. Right? So you can see if you learn how to work with formulas, you can transform the data and gain insights. And the good thing is that I know that it often sounds like it's boring, it's dry, like why would I learn these formulas, it's difficult. But the beautiful thing is that you can learn only 14 formulas based on my experience. And if you learn these 14 formulas, you can already do most of the job. And these formulas are very easy. So you can just make a picture, and if I were you and I would start now learning Airtable, I would just learn, first of all, these ones. So logical operators, if, true, false, blank, and, or, sounds difficult, but actually it's super simple. Numeric operators, self-explanatory, and how to also work with date and time, right? Date add allows you to, let's say, take a date and add 3 days. And the answer is like plus 3 days, right? Date-time difference allows you to calculate what's the difference between different dates in terms of hours, days, months, years, whatever value you may choose. And date-time format helps you to work with the data to make sure that it's not some long string of various information, but let's say you just want to see the weekday, what it is, right? Or you just want to see what is the month, or what is the quarter, or what is the date in a particular format. If you know how to use date-time format, you can do it. And these are the formulas mostly that I have been using for Mindvalley University app as well. And final thing is automations, which I will not expand, but I will just highlight one thing, that if you use Zapier, Make.com, or anything else, it's great. It's super powerful. I use it every day, especially Make.com. But often it looks nicer at the beginning than it actually is. Because you can see that, okay, this tool, this app is on Zapier, so I should be able to connect. But then often you find out that, shit, actually you can't connect, or it takes much more time. But because you have your data all on Airtable, and Airtable has amazing automations, then even when it comes to automating stuff, it becomes much easier and much more seamless. And it's very simple, always. You just set the trigger, so when this automation should be triggered and should happen, right? And then you just add the actions. Let's say to send an email, which we use for Mindvalley University, tribe event hosts, right? Or tribe speakers to communicate the information, or update a record, or create a record. Very few actions that you will use in 80% of cases. Okay, so to end, sorry for such a long monologue, hope you didn't, I saw just a few of you falling asleep a little bit, so I hope I didn't do that bad. So I'd like to come back and finish, like in circle, coming back to this question and reformulate it a bit. Can you learn to develop more advanced applications on Airtable and scale your AI workflows? Maybe not, this is not for everyone, but what I already mentioned in this presentation, that if you learn just 10% of what I learned, you will be able to get 50% of value because, diminishing marginal returns, right? If you learn 20%, the basics really well, you will be able to get 80% of value. You will need to invest some time, but if you learn how to do it, believe me, it will be transformative for you as a person and for your business, organization, project, or whatever else you care about. And my final wish is that at least some of you will get this inner child, inner creator also unleashed and will become, next to me, an artist of technology. Not seeing it as anything dry, but as something that you can live the life of creation and building in abundance on a daily basis, so that you could automate things that you don't like, potentially, right? You would become a happier person, and you would save time for the things that matter most. As in my case, for my son, I miss him a lot. He's now in Germany, and I'm very happy that I learned what I can do now with Airtable, because on a daily basis, it helps me save time, it helps me to do things that I love, and always be at my best energy and happiness level when I'm around this beautiful kid. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else feels like you drank from a fire hose? Okay, so wipe your faces. It's okay. The reason I want to mention something here. I was discussing with Vishen and also some of the people who've envisioned the program. If you feel that this was too much, too strong altogether, it's by design. And here's the thing, the whole programming of AI Summit is envisioned in a way that by the end of the summit, even if you have no experience, you'll be able to create, you'll be inspired by lots of new ideas, and you will be able to create your own app in 20 minutes. That's what you will leave with. So I want to seed that idea here, so you guys get it. So if it's too much information to process, good. Sit with that. We good? Yes? Okay, give your partner a high five to wake them up a little bit. Yes, some partners need more high fives. Fine. Every time we switch sessions, there's, the difference between information and transformation is, I don't know if you remember, Vishen said, critical thinking and rate of application. These two aspects are extremely important. So every time we change sessions, it's fine. Kids, quiet. Thank you. Every time we switch sessions, you have a breather, and it's an opportunity. I would invite you to think about what is the one thing you will apply in the next 4 weeks, which is connected to your business, your vision. Okay? And before we shift gears, and we'll have Iman, Oubou, and Naveen, Jain talking about transformational ideas connected to using AI to transform your businesses. But it's important, before we go there, to talk about legalities. Oh my God. Hey. Okay. Who here loves dealing with the legal teams of other companies? Okay, we got to call the police. I was expecting 0 hands. Okay, except for the lawyers. Everybody else should not raise their hands. Okay, so we're going to have a 20-minute session to be mindful, because this is such an unknown territory, to be mindful of the legal implication of the things that you will be rolling out. And we have the head of legal counsel of Mindvalley live from Arizona doing a 20-minute session, so that you can envision how to roll out things and think consciously about the legal implications of them. And she's live joining us from Arizona. Okay, it's going to be a 20-minute session here. You guys ready? Yeah? You guys ready? Back home? Good. All right, can we queue up Jasmine, please? She's live. As soon as you see her on the screen, you go nuts. Back home too, you go nuts in your living room. Your parents will think you're crazy. It's all good. Okay, can we have Jasmine? while that is happening.
Hello.
Oh, there she is. Give her a huge round of applause.
Hello, AI Summit. Okay. I am Jasmine Taillon. I am the VP of Legal for Mindvalley. I wish I could be there with you all in person today, but I am over in the US. I'm located in Arizona. And I was actually there last week for MVU though, and had a great time. So I wish I could still be there with you all. I know you've already had some wonderful talks today and you have more exciting topics to come, but mine is not as exciting, but also incredibly important. So with that said, we're going to talk about the legalities of AI. And somebody over there is going to have to bring up my presentation and I'm going to have to tell them when to go to the next page. Okay, next slide. Okay, and I have my presentation up here too for me to follow. So AI is not new, but AI is what we are talking about today with ChatGPT. Caught us incredibly quickly. And it kind of upended and changed the landscape of how we work and live. So I know I have recently started referring to ChatGPT as my coworker, and it has definitely helped me be able to do my job better and more quickly. And I found this chart fascinating as it shows just how quickly it took off. Oh, people, I think, are saying that they can't see the presentation. So I'm not sure if there's a way to get it online for everybody. I'll keep talking though while that's figured out. So this chart is fascinating because it shows that it took only 2 months for ChatGPT to reach 200 or 100 million users, which is incredible. So Instagram took 30 months. TikTok took 9 months. And like I said, ChatGPT only 2 months. So the reason why I am showing you this is that I want you to fully appreciate the speed. And people are still saying that they can't see it. So just letting you all know that. So 2 months for 100 million people for those people that can't see this chart. So let me tell you, nothing in the regulatory and legal world moves this quickly, which is why I am talking to you today. So let me see. If people still can't see, I don't know if I should be able to put it up on my screen too. I know you guys said you were going to control it for me. Okay, I think people can see now. Okay, so just because people couldn't see, so here's the one that I mentioned about the digital speed. Oh, okay. AI growth. So I had mentioned that it generally takes a while for legislation to catch up to what's going on in the world. So this is a US-based chart, but I have seen charts for other countries as well, and it's all trending the same. This chart shows the mentions of AI and machine learning from 2011 to 2020. And like I said, AI isn't new. That's why you see that these bills have been around for a while. But as AI, as of what we know today, is newer, and I expect to see this skyrocket. So between 2021 and 2022, there's been an 46% increase in AI bills. So it's even continued to go up. And I imagine that in 2023, it has exponentially expanded. So a lot of the bills can be categorized into predictive technology, consumer rights, employment, insurance, and healthcare. And a lot of those at the cusp of it would be privacy concerns and issues. And so the legal and regulatory framework has not cut up here. And so you just have to keep in mind that when you're using these technologies, it might be subject to change based on regulations. We may have to adapt and pivot and navigate. And I expect more clarity really in the next couple of years as we see the litigation come in and the regulatory framework built out. But I think we can already see trends forming that will help you and guide you in what to think about and how to think about it. And to remind you that there are frameworks in place already that we need to remember. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so here is just an overview of 5 big potential legal issues. So copyright infringement and issues, trademark infringement, defamation, privacy and data protection, and ethical implications. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of these, and then I'm going to focus on a few of the bigger hot topics that I think are in line with a lot of the other presentations that we are talking about today. So copyright infringement. AI learns what you input into it. So copyrighted material is input, and then it might also be output. So a copyright means someone owns it and they are the only ones that can reproduce it. But when it comes out, you might not realize that. So that's something you always have to be aware of what output you are getting. Trademark infringement, again, AI learns what's input into it. So a trademark may be a name or a service mark owned by someone. So let's say you're trying to create a new logo. AI doesn't necessarily respect a trademark. They don't know. And so there's a chance what AI creates for you is similar to what's out there already. So let's say you want to create a new mark and you say, I want it to be a check mark, but with some pizzazz. Well, there's nothing that won't make it come back with like a Nike checkbox. So the Nike swoosh. And so you just have to keep in mind that everything you get, you need to check for these infringement issues. Another one that's come up is defamation. So we've all heard the stories of AI creating fake news and citing fake sources. And if you go and publish that and distribute that content that's misleading and false, then you might end up in the middle of a defamation case. So there's actually one right now that was just filed in June where a radio host realized that AI was telling people, if you input his name, that he had embezzled funds from a nonprofit company. And it was completely false. There was no truth to it at all. And so he is now suing because he's pretty mad about what it potentially does to his reputation. Another big one is privacy and data protection. So this is a big concern of mine. And I would also say it's a very big concern of all the legislators out there. So when you want to write a work email better or analyze a resume, you might be inputting information on someone without realizing that you might be breaking privacy laws. So remember that most companies and people are subject to some sort of privacy laws if they're handling private information. So it's GDPR in Europe and the UK, and in the US, there's quite a few. So there's the California Consumer Privacy Act, and then there's also some that are industry specific, like, you know, the healthcare has HIPAA, and then there's some for the financial industry as well. So let's see. And then the last one is ethical implications. So this one is interesting, and obviously there can be all sorts of ethical implications, but I'm just going to focus more on from an employment and hiring bias standpoint. So AI is only as good as the information input. So AI systems can potentially perpetuate bias, and it's something that you need to keep in mind if you're using it to analyze people. Okay, next slide. So copyright issues. So this is such an interesting area, and there are copyright concerns when thinking about how AI systems are learned, so the input of it, and then also the output of it. What you receive might also have copyright implications. And then on top of that, if you create something in AI, there's always the question of, are you able to copyright it? If you put your time and effort into making something, but used AI as well, are you able to copyright that? Okay, next slide. Okay, so aren't these monkeys cute? The big question that has come up with AI is how much human contribution is needed in order to own a copyright? And this actually, obviously the AI stuff is a little newer, but before all of these AI questions came about, a monkey was actually paving the way in some areas that can answer some of today's AI questions. So I wanted to start with this. So these cute little monkey selfies are not copyrighted. That is why they are allowed to be on my attorney presentation. So why are they not copyrighted? Because a non-human cannot own a copyright. So this was an actual court case, and that was established. So these monkeys could not own the copyright. So what does that mean here in today's landscape? That non-humans cannot own a copyright. So AI machines cannot own a copyright. And this is for the US, but it's also pretty broad throughout the whole world. Everybody's pretty much on the same page here. There has been a couple exceptions, like South Africa's laws are a little bit different. And then, some places in Asia, I think it's Japan and China, it's up for debate a little bit as to what they're going to do. So additionally, a human was behind these monkey selfies. So could the human own the copyright because they meet the human element requirement? And you see, his argument was he had to establish himself in the monkey tribe. He had to be with them for 14 hours a day. He set up the camera. He made sure the lighting was good. And he said it was his placement and his eye that led to these selfies. So as I said at the beginning, though, these selfies were not copyrighted. So what does that mean? The human element was not enough. And so the question remains, how much human contribution is needed? And I know this is probably where you guys are all waiting for me to give you an answer that you can take away. And the best answer I can give you is, I don't know, because it's not established. And so my advice to you all is to document what your human elements are. And this is why you also really need to think about how you're using AI. Okay, next slide. So bringing it to today's landscape, this is a super interesting case, and it's the same question of how much human contribution is needed. So Zarya of the Dawn is a book with all images created by Midjourney. So there's an example of that photo right there. You can also guess this isn't copyrighted because an attorney's using it on her slides. So Zarya of the Dawn was formally submitted to the US copyright registration, and it was granted. And it was granted for two things. Number one, for the entire work, meaning the book. So that's the layout, the text, and the images all together. And then the second was the images themselves. So someone let the office in on the news that the images were created by Midjourney, and the office actually came back to cancel the registration unless human authorship was shown, which they could not show because they were completely made by Midjourney. So in the end, the protection of the images was revoked. They said you cannot copyright images. There was no human element to it. But here's the interesting part. The entire work, so the layout of the text and the images themselves, were fine, and they stayed copyrighted. And so you can probably guess why, because it was a human who made the layout of the text and the images and the book itself. Okay, so next slide. So the US Copyright Office actually came out afterwards with a couple statements that I think are incredibly helpful. And they said, when an AI technology determines the expressive elements of its output, the generated material is not the product of human authorships. They also said, applicants have a duty to disclose the inclusion of AI-generated content in a work submitted for registration and provide a brief explanation of the human author's contributions to the work. So my overall tip here is document the human element. That is the key to being able to get a copyright on it. I think of AI as another tool in the toolbox, right? Even though the AI technology is new, think about it in past ways too. You would do research with books or, different articles to create things. So AI is just another tool, but there has to be that human element attached to it. Okay, next slide. Heart on My Sleeve. So this was actually a popular song for a couple weeks in April. And on April 4th, there was a song with AI-generated vocals to sound like Drake and The Weeknd that came out. By April 17th, it was taken down because Universal Music Group was successful in getting it taken down, claiming copyright infringement. So this actually doesn't give us a lot of answers because they got it off on a technicality because they said that there was a line in the song that was copyrighted. And so that's the reason why it was taken down. It actually had nothing to do with the AI generated vocals. So that still hasn't been decided. And I think that that's an interesting thing to think about with what the Beatles are now doing, or Paul McCartney came out to say that they are going to release a final song using AI and that they extricated John Lennon's voice. I don't know how this will play out. There's so many potential issues, and I think it will be interesting to follow. So the first thing is the extrication of the voice. You can imagine right now people are trying to protect their voices. So singers, actors, actresses, I think we'll see legislation and some regulation around this, but the regs haven't caught up. So this could be an issue unless, let's say, hypothetically, everybody signed off on this. Nobody had a problem with, John Lennon's voice being extricated. So then the next question would become, is it a copyright issue because they used AI to create it? So I don't know if there will be an issue or not, but I think it's going to be interesting to follow because I can definitely see people trying to use this song, let's say in their advertisements and saying, well, it's not copyrighted because they used AI. And so we can use it. They can't claim the song as theirs. And so that could be a potential court case that could make a difference and kind of show us where we are going in this, world. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so I have kind of focused so far on output, but there's also a whole other element of everything that has been input into the AI systems for training. And there's actually some lawsuits happening right now that I think will also give, some clarity at some point, but they haven't gone through the system yet. So one of the big ones is there's a case against Stability AI, Midjourney, and DeviantArt. So this is a class action filed by a class of visual artists, and they allege that companies used artwork without permission to train AI algorithms. Then there's another case by Getty against Stability AI. They allege that Stability AI copied 12 million images to train its AI model without permission or compensation. And it's very interesting because Getty has actually licensed its images for AI training for other sources. And I also just wanted to show the difference between the Getty images that I thought was interesting. So the left picture is the original photo and the right is what AI came out with. So they still have a little work to do on some of these pictures. All right, next slide. Privacy issues. So the next big topic is privacy issues, and this too can be looked at in so many ways. So the overview is to remember that you probably are subject to privacy laws, and just because ChatGPT or others makes it easy to input information does not mean that your duty is out the door. In the EU and the UK, you have GDPR. In the US, you have a whole bunch of state privacy laws. You have industry-specific laws, and you can really think of this in two ways. What are you inputting and what is being output? So some companies have already taken a stance on this. So JP Morgan banned some of the use of ChatGPT. And then Amazon and some other companies like Verizon have made strong policies here on what employees can input because of all of these privacy issues and concerns. Okay, next slide. So AI and privacy. So here's just kind of some thought-provoking questions. So input concerns, what are you inputting? Is there consent or another justification? And that goes back to the privacy laws. Can the personal information be used in a way consistent with privacy rights? The output concerns. So is AI being used in a way that raises privacy concerns? Is it being used to make decisions that impact privacy? And do people understand how the technology is used and how it might impact them? So this is a big thing, and it hasn't been settled. Italy actually banned ChatGPT for a while, and it was because of privacy. They wanted it to be more transparent. They felt it unlawfully collected personal information, and there was no age verification. So essentially, kids could get inappropriate material. The US Federal Trade Commission just sent a 20-page letter to OpenAI this week asking about how AI is trained and how personal data is treated. And I expect this to be a very big area. One of the investigations is into whether OpenAI engaged in unfair or deceptive privacy practices to get information. So it shows that scrutiny here is coming. And even OpenAI leaders have said that it needs to be regulated. So I think this is going to be a super interesting area to follow. Like I said, though, there is a privacy framework already in place, so don't forget that and know the laws that you have to follow. Okay, next slide. Ethical implications. So super interesting area as well. I'm going to speak about the ethical implications of AI, especially in hiring. So AI is trained off of input information. And what if that information is biased? What if algorithms become biased because of what it has learned? For as good as AI is, it might not understand some of the nuances of data it receives. It just analyzes it. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so here it shows how we can get to biased output. So there's human bias, there's data bias, and there's algorithm bias. So there are AI softwares out there now that are analyzing resumes and maybe helping choose where you advertise for jobs, et cetera. And keep in mind that AI is trained off of input information. So if humans have a bias, that bias is now going into AI. And if the data set is incomplete, which is a huge issue sometimes, it doesn't represent the general population and you will get a biased output. And then the whole algorithm will be biased. And AI can do this on a large scale, which is kind of what the scary part is, right? So here's an example of a data bias that led to an algorithm bias. So it was actually Amazon used AI to automate its recruiting process by rating applicant resumes based on past and current employees. So they used data from the last 10 years. When looking up the input data, it turns out that the majority of applicants and hired employees were male. So then AI decided male candidates were preferred. But one of the things is that it's just been proven that there are more males and less females in science and technology and engineering and math. And so it's not that females were not wanted, it was that there were just less applicants, and that's why the numbers kind of look skewed. But the algorithm kind of changed the reasoning of why it was a skewed number. And then they also started picking up on words that were used more often in men's resumes than women's. So they started saying, giving more points for words like executed or captured. And it actually penalized resumes that included the word woman. So if you were part of the women's rugby team and you had put that on your resume, you actually got dinged for that. So they actually did away with this, obviously, because of the bias. But I think it shows how, AI can be so amazing. And I think in some ways, if you use correctly, it can actually get rid of some bias. But the information input is based off of what we put in there. And so we have to account for the biases. Okay. That is all I have for that one. So next slide. Okay, so AI tips and solutions. Like I said, you guys probably came here hoping for a lot more answers that I can give you. And I think one of the interesting things is that we will start to see answers come about in regulations and, legal changes and legal cases going through the systems. And so this is an area that, I feel like every day I'm sent a new article or I see something new about things that are changing, in the US and throughout the world, and in different places who are trying to now navigate this system that has happened so quickly. So here's just a few tips and solutions. And next slide, please. So when thinking about how to use AI, always consider confidentiality and privacy. Consider protectability of the output. So like I said, human authorship is still required. Beware that output may infringe. Check accuracy of outputs. Make outputs your own. Always have at least one substantial human inventor. And realize there is no current ruling on mixed inventorship. So document the human inventor side. And that is all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, beautiful lady. Whoa, oh, disappeared very fast. Okay, for the people watching at home, right, take 60 seconds, again, thinking about the insights that you would like to apply in the next 4 weeks. And I dare you to be outrageous. And for people here, we do a quick reset again. Would you mind standing up, please? Yes. Everyone, there too. Okay? There too. Okay, just the people who are making notes, it's okay. And we'll do a quick, like a reset, recharge, because now we're shifting gears into something revolutionary and something really exciting, and we need to be fully set for that, okay? So we did this like a couple of days ago, but it's a very cool exercise. Raise your hands and breathe in. Turn this way, face that wall, everyone. Hands up. And as you breathe out, bring your hands down to the shoulder of the person standing right in front of you. No, everybody's facing that way. And now you give them a 20-second massage. Okay, and the person receiving it, make sure that you're receiving it well. The noises, they make a difference. And the person giving it, know that the karma is coming back at you. It's coming soon. The more you give, the more you receive. Okay. Turn around. Now it's time to give back. Ooh, the sounds. Oh, the sound, so good. Too much sounds coming here. Okay, all right. Feel better? Yeah? All right. Give your partner a high five, thank them, sit down. Yeah, feels good, huh? All right. Are you guys ready to shift gears? Okay. All right, for this next segment, you need to be silent. Yeah. For this next segment, I'm going to invite Iman Oubou, and I just got to meet her backstage, just got to know the incredible work that she's doing. She's an award-winning entrepreneur. She comes from a scientific background. She's a published scientist, right? And she also is a former beauty queen. Like just reading the first paragraph of her bio was my head was exploding already. One of the smartest, most beautiful, incredible, talented people who's going to come on stage. And she transitioned from her research background and moved towards media and communication because she was driven by her passion to help to address the gender disparity and the biases at workplace. Yes. And in 2017, about 6 years ago, she addressed this with starting her first company, which is a media tech platform called Sway, addressing the underrepresented voices at the workplace. And last year, she launched her book called The Glass Ledge. Super cool name, by the way. Again, helping women in the professional field, maximize their potential, get greatest results without losing their authentic voice and authentic power. That is incredibly, incredibly important. She's one of the most sought out advisors in the startup industry. She consults some of the greatest companies in the world. She was speaking at the MIT STEM conference and the Forbes Content Marketing Summit and places like that. And her advice is really, really, really valuable. And we're going to be exploring a subject which is exploring the $6 trillion industry, which is what we are faced with now as entrepreneurs. It's a really exciting opportunity, right? By capitalizing on the remarkable power of AI. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Are you guys excited? What? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite Iman Oubou on stage.
Okay. Checking. Oh, well, I feel so much cooler after that introduction. Thank you. I should just take you around with me all the time. So, how does everyone feel about this whole AI stuff so far? How are you feeling? this is my first time attending a Mindvalley event and speaking at one, and I was told that these events, the audience brings so much energy, but I'm not really getting that vibe. So let's try this again. How are you feeling about this whole AI stuff so far? That's more like it. Now I'm excited to be on this stage. And also I'm super honored and excited to be part of this amazing lineup. And big shout out to Vishen and the Mindvalley team for thinking of me. I truly feel honored. And by the way, congrats to you guys for your first ever AI summit. I mean, that's incredible. Hopefully many more to come, because we can all agree that surely AI is here to stay, right? Virtually, we're all going to be impacted somehow, no matter what field we're in, by the latest advancements in AI, and it's only growing and growing at a faster pace. So hopefully I'll see you again in another AI summit, but I'm so excited to be here. And actually, my first personal encounter with AI happened in around 2019. When I was looking for innovative and creative ways to basically help creators and thought leaders and writers create content at scale and consistently without having to hire more editors and strategists. So basically cutting costs on that end. And although at the time it wasn't as cool as it is today, we didn't have cool ChatGPT applications. I'm talking about 2019 like it was 1950 back then. But we didn't have that many, more mainstream applications that really allowed me to better understand it and communicating with AI. But it still felt like a really interesting field that was worth exploring for me, even though I don't come from a technical background. I don't know anything about AI. I've never been trained on that. I don't know how to code or anything of that sort, but it definitely sparked curiosity, and I dove headfirst into that world and basically tried to figure out not only how AI can help revolutionize the way we create and distribute content, but also the way we build and scale businesses. So, next slide. Oh, duh, wow, okay. There we go. Do I have my notes here too? One moment. I'm not seeing it on here. Can anyone help? Oh, there we go. All right. So, and I know it might get overwhelming. And my advice to you, because I know I've been there, there's a lot happening at a fast pace, and everything seems to be super new. So my advice when it comes to AI or any new technology that comes out is to always keep an open mind. Be very curious, get creative with the knowledge that you acquire and see how you can apply it. Ask the right questions and always stay in the know. I think the people that are going to come out on top in this industry are people who are always excited and passionate about the latest advances, as opposed to seeing it as just another overwhelming technology that I don't need to keep up with. So be curious, keep an open mind, and you're going to have fun with it. Trust me, I've been there. Okay. So, basically, we're all familiar with the saying that data has often been compared to oil, right? So if data is the new oil because of how valuable it is to today's tech-focused world, then naturally AI is the new electricity, right? Lighting up a whole new world of possibilities and transforming completely the way we do everything. From healthcare and finance to content and commerce, it's been streamlining processes, helping us make smarter decisions, and even taking care of those boring, repetitive tasks that nobody likes to do. And the best part is, it's been boosting our productivity and saving us some serious cash along the way. I don't know about you, but I feel like in my business, in my day life, in my workflow, AI has been extremely efficient when it comes to helping my productivity. Does anybody else feel the same? Okay, all right, we're getting there. So the bottom line is, we're entering a whole new era where AI is helping us find smarter and more efficient ways to get things done, which is why, according to Morgan Stanley, and the reason why we're here today, AI has reached an inflection point and is now creating a massive $6 trillion in tech opportunities for tech investors and digital entrepreneurs. That's a lot of money. And while AI has made incredible marks on the tech and software industry that we're already super familiar with, its potential for value creation actually extends way beyond that. We're talking sectors like retail, travel, transportation, healthcare, even boring and unsexy sectors like manufacturing will soon be extremely impacted by AI. So, all of this begs the question, how can you use this AI opportunity to your benefit? And before we get into that, maybe I'll also ask the audience if, can anybody define AI for me? I think one of the most common misconceptions is that there is so much hype around the word AI, and we tend to oversimplify the concept into one general bucket. And so before we go any further, I definitely want to break it down so that we're all aligned on what we mean when we say AI. But I'm just curious if anybody wants to take a stab at it and define AI for me. Or give me categories of AI, different types of AI. Anybody? Okay. Okay. See, this is exciting. Everybody has their own definition of AI. So this is why it's important to really kind of understand the overarching concept when we say those two letters. So let's break it down. So AI is broken down into two buckets. We have artificial narrow intelligence, or ANI. This type of intelligence basically powers applications we use every day, right? So smart speakers, AI-powered web search, and even self-driving cars, to name a few. And the second concept is artificial general intelligence, or AGI. This actually represents this ambitious goal of creating AI systems that have intelligence and memory similar or even superior than that of humans. We're talking self-reliant machines or robots capable of self-improvement and basically can do anything a human can do, or even can do better things than humans. And let's take that even a step further. Narrow intelligence is great at performing specific tasks, right? So think of them as one-trick ponies. And they excel phenomenally at that one trick. So if businesses can identify the right trick for their needs, they can bring tremendous value. On the other hand, AGI systems are actually not currently on the market. And the majority of excitement and advancements that we're typically talking about in this huge AI hype cycle are actually happening at the ANI level, which is still impressive. But here's the tricky part. Because of the great advancements on the ANI level, some people, or a lot of people, assume that AGI is just around the corner, which leads to a huge misconception that I'm sure you guys have been seeing all over the news. And that's what we call the AI doomer narrative. Basically, don't be that guy. Think Terminator, sci-fi. That's basically what a lot of today's headlines read like. It's basically spreading this idea that we're going to wake up one day soon and robots are coming for us, and that's the end of humanity. I mean, it kind of makes for great headlines. It's great for clickbait. It sells magazines. But while I understand the concerns, I can confirm, and also a lot of AI researchers and experts have confirmed that AGI is still a long way off. I mean, we're talking decades, literally decades, if not more, before we witness any kind of super intelligence to that extent. So, my advice is no need to lose sleep over robots. We're fine. But, oh, sorry. But, just like electricity raised concerns over safety and infrastructure once, I think that there are a lot of concerns we should definitely be talking about when it comes to AI. And I know Jasmine kind of talked about a few of them before me. And these are short-term concerns that I think are worth a discussion more than the whole robot narrative. And these concerns are basically, ethical considerations, potential biases, and data security and privacy. And it's also important that both big tech and governments invest in research and development, making sure that they're creating regulatory framework that help prevent any kind of AI misuse and also help protect user privacy. That's a big, big concern right now, especially also when it comes to enterprises and the public sector. There's also a great deal at stake in the AI debate over productivity and the job market, right? We've all heard it. We're seeing more and more companies that are transforming into what we call now intelligent enterprises, in which all the processes are digitized and automated, all the decisions are data-driven, and machines do the heavy lifting, literally and figuratively, both physical and cognitive. So, yes, we should expect a tremendous shift in the job market because of AI. Some jobs will be in high demand, others will decline naturally, but you can either see this as an opportunity or as a threat. In other words, you can see this as machines replacing humans or machines augmenting humans. So, quick poll. Who here is more of a mindset of machines replacing humans? Which of you are the AI doomers? None. It's okay, I won't be offended. Which of you? Oh, we got one. Okay, just you. All right. We'll work on that then. Which out of you are more of the mindset that machines are augmenting human capabilities? Amazing. Great. Well, we're going to get along just fine then. Okay. So it's also important to keep in mind that entrepreneurs and companies that are going to come out on top today and in the next era of AI are the ones that are going to be thinking beyond cost savings and job replacements. They're going to be the ones that are also investing heavily in training their employees and team members to know how to use AI tools to maximize their creativity and problem-solving skills. Those are skills that are not going to be easily replaced at least, by AI. So, whether you're an entrepreneur running your own show or a company leader thinking about stepping into your intelligent enterprise era, I highly encourage you to take a moment, maybe write these down, and answer these questions for yourself, for your team, for your organization, because it'll help you kind of think better about how to frame your approach to integrating AI into your company or leveraging AI to build new companies and solutions. So, first question is, what kind of new skills do we need or do I need? Pretty straightforward. How should we be organized? That means, what tasks am I automating? What pain points in my company am I solving for? Or what challenges am I solving for? And then, what does the AI-human collaboration dynamic look like within my organization? Third question is, how do we start defining new jobs? Or maybe how do we redefine the current jobs we have? And last one is, how can we bring our people along with us? That's a very important one because a lot of people now are thinking, how can I replace some of my people? Instead of, how can we implement AI on an organization level so that everybody can benefit from it? Very important. So, now that we addressed the big picture, let's go back to why we're really here, which is the latest advancements in AI, particularly generative AI, and the incredible benefits that it can bring to us as entrepreneurs. So, Gen AI is basically training models using large data sets to perform specific tasks from one single prompt, or multiple prompts sometimes. These models are self-supervised, which means that they learn by finding patterns in raw data. And they provide a base, hence a foundation, right, on which other applications can be built. And there are a few types of them. These are very important to know as entrepreneurs, as leaders of organizations, because you will be determining which models is best suited for whatever AI solutions you're building. So, there are 5 different types. Large language models are trained on text data. Multimodal foundation model are trained on different types of modalities all at once: text, audio, and images. Visual foundation model, trained on texts and images. Speech recognition model, trained on audio. And language processing model, trained on text, specifically for sentiment analysis, name recognition, Q&A, etc. And by training them on these different types of data sets, these models can basically generate anything from images, videos, audio, code, and text that is well-written, coherent, and relevant. So, to keep it simple, each of these models generate different types of output based on the type of data it was trained on, and they're specifically designed to comprehend conversations, provide answers to questions, and assist with creative tasks. And the reason these models have gained so much traction and become so popular the past few months is because, for once, they are bringing us closer to human-like conversations and interactions with AI. So it feels very natural for the general public to dabble with AI because it feels like you're talking to a friend or an assistant. It feels very human-like. And that's why these are working really well with the mass market. A great illustration of this concept is ChatGPT, which we're all familiar with. How many of you are using ChatGPT right now? Okay, amazing. And so ChatGPT was launched by OpenAI, as you know, and it's designed on top of the large language model, GPT 3.5 or GPT 4 now. And it's capable of generating human-like answers and content with just a simple prompt. Other competitors to ChatGPT are Bard from Google and Claude from Anthropic. Did anyone here use other models besides ChatGPT? Anyone using Bard? Oh, great. I think it's very important to experiment with new models coming out because they each serve their purposes. They're not all the same, although they compete against each other. But I've recently started using more and more of Bard and Claude from Anthropic, really out of curiosity, because I do think that OpenAI's GPT has been the industry standard of large language models, and in my experience, it still has an edge over Google's Bard and Claude when it comes to accuracy and power. But I've also done some research, and I've seen some write-ups and reviews of people who are claiming that Bard is outperforming ChatGPT. So it really is subjective, and you won't know until you try it for yourself, because each model it can be used for different purposes and use cases. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm probably going to be an OpenAI ChatGPT fan for a while now. Okay, so let's move on to visual foundation models. So a good example of that is DALL-E 2. DALL-E 2 is a diffusion model that was created by OpenAI, and it generates images from textual descriptions. So it was also built using a subset of the GPT-3 model. Instead of the full 175 billion parameters that GPT provides, DALL-E only uses 12 billion parameters, including stock images, which makes it really sophisticated and actually really good for enterprise use. So as you can see, these product commercials photos are extremely impressive. I'm very tempted to buy one of those shoes if they were real, but it serves a great purpose for enterprises looking to potentially experiment with advertising or product shots. Another example that you could say is competing with DALL-E 2 is Stable Diffusion, which is a text-to-image model primarily used to generate detailed images, also based on a text prompt. But it can also generate an image-to-image translations guided by a prompt. And unlike DALL-E, Stable Diffusion is actually an open source model, which means that it is accessible to everyone for free through their API. So you can easily integrate this model if you're building, for example, an image generating app or an art generator app. So now that we've covered the foundations of Gen AI, I want to double click a little bit on some of the ways that you could start today leveraging it across all of your business functions. So let's start with some of the most obvious and probably hottest trends right now. Personalized marketing, right? A lot of companies, especially in retail and SaaS, have been doing this for a while now, especially large enterprises that have the resources, but you can now also tap into that as a small business, as an entrepreneur. And if you have any type of customer data that you can use, you can actually tap into customer segmentation platforms like Peak.ai to analyze your customer data, understand their behavior, their preferences, and create personalized marketing campaigns. Also, AI-powered segmentation can help you a lot in identifying new customer segments, which means revenue growth opportunities. Content creation. This is probably the hottest trend right now when it comes to Gen AI tools. You've seen AI writing tools popping around like Starbucks back in 2000. They're everywhere. And everybody is using ChatGPT to create content, from emails to long-form blog posts to ad copy, which is great. But I also think that there's an opportunity to leverage other content marketing platforms that tap into AI to help you streamline your entire content process. Not just the writing part, not just the generation part, but a lot of people struggle with content development cycles. And that's why it's very hard to scale content these days, because people just throw a bunch of spaghetti in the wall and see what sticks. There is no ideation, there is no strategy that comes in between. So I would advise you to also invest some time in researching some platforms. Writer.com is one of them. Vocable.ai is one of them that actually helps you streamline your entire content marketing process so that you're able to easily scale that over time. Customer support. Okay, this is a big one. If you're dealing with volumes of customer queries, especially in commerce or SaaS. So you can use chatbot platforms like Dialogflow to automate customer support, or if you already have your own support solution, you can now integrate ChatGPT to also offer more conversational and context-aware customer support. Website design and development, or website building. So this is a crucial one, especially for non-technical solopreneurs, consultants, coaches. You have tools like Hot Singer and many others that let you build as many web pages as you need without a single line of code. Basically, all you have to do is enter your visuals, your business information. You can also use their AI tools or ChatGPT to create your website messaging, dump it all in there, use a drag and drop editor, and boom, you have a website with multiple pages ready to go. You don't have to hire, outsource a developer or anything of that sort. Business process automation. There are so many administrative, repetitive, mundane tasks that each one of us has to deal with on their business on a daily basis. For example, emails, also data entry. Now you can use ChatGPT plugins like Zapier, or you can also use Microsoft Power if you're one of those that use Microsoft products like Outlook or whatnot to automate your entire email personalization. You can also automate email responses for certain types of emails, and you can automate your data entry as well. Market research and competitive analysis. So you can use tools like SEMrush in gathering market insights and also analyzing and spying on your competition. And you can use ChatGPT as well to analyze textual data, like customer reviews about your competitors' products, or just getting the overall sentiment from social media on what your target market is feeling about a certain product maybe you're thinking of launching, or a product you currently have. So sentiment analysis can be very helpful as well when it comes to go-to-market, as well as ideating on new product launches as an entrepreneur. Okay, so creative design and branding. This one's pretty obvious. A lot of people are already using it heavily, just like the content creation. You can use ChatGPT to get some design recommendations, or maybe brainstorm ideas around logos, graphics, some branding elements. And once you have those ideas from ChatGPT, you can take them and input them into a software like Midjourney, or you can use DALL-E directly on OpenAI's interface. Or there are also other softwares like BrandCrowd that are helpful when it comes to brand design and graphics. Okay, last one. My least favorite, and I feel like most entrepreneurs struggle with that if you don't come from a financial background or accounting background. Financial analysis and forecasting. You can now use Rose.com, or also ChatGPT's plugin recently that has been making waves all over social media is called Code Interpreter. So through that plugin, you can actually now generate financial forecasts by uploading your data directly to ChatGPT. You can analyze trends. You can get answers about specific financial questions based on your own data. And this all will help you make better and more informed predictions and better business decisions. But one thing to remember, though, because ChatGPT, obviously, any data that you input into ChatGPT is fair game. So if you do have any data that is confidential or proprietary, I suggest you stay away from uploading that into ChatGPT because they could use it eventually. Okay, so also in addition to the tools that I just shared with you, those are just some of my favorites that I personally use. One of my favorite platforms or websites, I guess directory you could call it, is Insider.ai, and it has hundreds, if not thousands, of AI tools and online websites that can help you supercharge your business. All you gotta do is figure out what use case you're trying to automate, and you can just look up the types of tools and products that Insider.ai recommends for that specific use case. Also, if you do wanna just keep it simple and stick with ChatGPT, a lot of you know that they just recently have launched a plugin store. So I suggest that you familiarize yourself with all the offerings that the plugin store has, because it has a lot of interesting platforms that you're probably already using, and all you gotta do is just connect ChatGPT with it. So it kind of adds into your automation chain. Okay, so the good news is that there's tons of AI tools that can help you create more efficient systems and streamline productivity, right? But the bad news is it can be overwhelming. and disorienting, as you probably just experienced. Everyone's like, what are you talking about? This is too much. So you're probably saying, okay, this is great, but where do I begin, right? So let's talk about how we can simplify that into a 5-step playbook. Okay, so first step is, to any AI integration or transformation, I always recommend, actually I don't just recommend, I insist, to define your goals and the challenges that you want to solve for that fall under that goal. And these obviously relate to your internal business operations. The biggest reason businesses fail to incorporate AI these days is because they lack focus. They lack direction. So my advice is to pick one major goal at a time, solve for its challenges, implement the solution, then move on to the next goal. So an example would be, let's say your goal might be to increase revenue by improving customer satisfaction or client support, right? One challenge that can fall under that goal could be manually processing high volume of customer inquiries, which leads to delays, inefficiencies, and eventually can lead to a lot of revenue loss. Next step then would be to look into your current data infrastructure. Really figure out if you actually have the necessary data to drive solutions. For example, let's say you're an e-commerce entrepreneur. You have data on customer purchase history, you have data on inventory levels, you gathered some customer feedback. Now AI can take all of that and analyze and leverage it to make better decisions when it comes to marketing campaigns and new product launches. But if you take a look at your data set and you realize, okay, maybe I'm lacking some data points. For example, I don't have enough customer reviews, or I don't have enough purchase history, then that becomes a gap that you need to address first before even thinking about integrating AI. Because you need to know what data you have and what data you need to maximize your AI output. Remember how we talked about data is the new fuel? So if you're running out of fuel, your AI is not going to give you the right output. So in order to maximize that, you need to figure out the right data infrastructure that you can input into your AI integration. Step 3, now that you have your goal, the challenge you want to solve for, and the types of data you're working with, the next step would be identifying specific use cases where AI can bring value to your business operations. In other words, in what way can you leverage AI to solve for your challenge using the data you have? So, for example, going back to our first steps challenge of manually processing customer inquiries, you could technically automate these customer support inquiries by integrating a chatbot that can use customer purchase history and preferences as data points for context to respond to your customer questions in real time. Now, that would reduce response time. It will free up your team and your time to focus on other ways you can potentially grow your business and maybe even focus on other more complex issues. Step 4, once you've identified the use cases, it may even be time to develop your own AI solutions instead of using other tools that may or may not allow for much personalization. For example, you could outsource or hire an in-house developer or machine learning engineer to train the chatbot on your own historical customer interactions, refining its responses, and then integrating it across all of your business systems. This is actually my favorite step personally as an entrepreneur because it can sometimes double down as a way to find new ideas for products to build and solutions to sell. So if you solve for your own pain point, which I've done, for example, when it comes to content creation processes, right? So if you solve for your own points by creating a great AI-powered solution, then you can technically package that up and sell it to other businesses that may be struggling with the same pain points that you were struggling with before you created the solution. And it becomes an easy sell. It's kind of like, hey, by the way, I used to struggle with these pain points, then I went and created the solution for it, and now it's done wonders for my business. Would you like to try it? Step 5. So you set your goal, you identified a challenge, you assessed the data that you have or don't have, you built your AI solution, and now it's time for the fun part, which is integrating and implementing it all into your internal business operations and setting up a test and tweak infrastructure so that you can actually constantly improve on it. Don't just set it and forget it. The whole point is to be able to improve on your AI, to retrain it using feedback and using more and more interactions with it. So for the chatbot example that we talked about, you would integrate that into your customer support channels, like your website or messaging platforms. You would monitor metrics like response time, customer satisfaction ratings, and maybe the number of queries that were successfully answered by the chatbot, and then use that data to feed it again and continuously improve and fine-tune your AI. Okay, so we've covered a lot of fundamentals, huh? There's a lot. But if I want to leave you with 2 important things, is that in order to successfully and skillfully leverage Gen AI, there are 2 main areas that you absolutely need to understand and maybe even master. And that's prompt engineering, which I know you've all heard of, and understanding what APIs are and how they come into play. So, no matter what model or tool you're using these days, there's always probably going to be some type of prompting that takes place. And your AI output will only be as good as your prompts. So next time you don't like your AI output or you're not really happy with the content that ChatGPT has generated, don't blame the AI. Blame your prompts. So that's also why you probably heard all this buzz about prompt engineering now becoming such a high-paying career path. But I personally don't agree with that. I think prompt engineering is more of a skill set that everybody needs to learn, no matter their status, no matter their job title, because AI is now going to be such an integral part of our workforce that everybody somehow needs to understand how to talk to it, how to prompt it, right? So I think we're going to get to a point, if we're not there already, where we have to add that as a skill set into our resume. Just like back in the day when we were so proud of our Microsoft Office proficiency, even though, be honest, probably half of us here still don't know how to use spreadsheets. I know I don't know how to use them. But we were so proud of it because it was such a requirement. It was a skill because of the .com, because of all the cloud and the software. So we had to know how to use it no matter our job title. And I think that's where we're heading when it comes to prompting. So that being said, there are just 5 main ways you can start improving on your prompting today. Pretty simple. 1, specify the scenario, right? Just be detailed with the what, why, who, and how. Assign a role in your instruction. So, for example, instead of saying, explain machine learning to me, you could say, act as a computer science professor and explain machine learning. So with that prompt, you would get a much more academic response than if you just did it simply as explain machine learning to me. That would be more of a generic kind of output. Provide the model with additional information. So you can always say, using the following information, answer XYZ or achieve this task, and then you can paste in your material to give ChatGPT or any other model more context, which is always good. The more context, the better. The more accurate your output. Use specific formulations. That could be something as simple as explain it to a 5-year-old, or make a persuasive statement, or detail your thought process. So basically, it's a way to prompt the model or ChatGPT to give you a better formatted output based on what you're looking for. And then, of course, formulate the instruction clearly. Don't be ambiguous, but also one thing to note about these models is that the conversation history also forms context. So if you don't want the model to, or ChatGPT, to take in consideration the previous conversations or information, then you might want to either consider creating a new chat, of course, because you're starting from scratch, or you can say something like, ignore all previous instructions before this one. That way, it starts from scratch and it only considers what comes after that sentence. So, the good news, though, is there's more and more resources that are helping people prompt who don't really want to figure it out, or there's just too much work into it. And one of them, it's an easy extension that I definitely recommend you guys do right now, is downloading the AI PRM Chrome extension for ChatGPT. It's a quick Chrome extension download, and every time you click on it, or ChatGPT next time, instead of having that blank screen that typically comes up with ChatGPT and just the prompt at the bottom, now you have thousands, almost 3,000 prompts that are community generated for you to choose from. So you can do anything from keyword strategy to writing a book in one click. So these are all prompts that were generated, tested, and optimized by a bunch of community people that wanted to share it with others just in order to swap prompting knowledge. And it makes it that much easier where you can just click on one, add your input, which sometimes just is a keyword. So let's say I'm doing a keyword strategy on content marketing. I would just input content marketing, and I don't have to prompt it. I just click hit, and it generates the entire output. Of course, you can tweak it from there on. But this is a very, very resourceful extension for people who don't really feel like they're getting the whole prompting thing. Also, there's another website called promptpal.net, which kind of does the same thing, but it has other types of prompts. It has mid-journey prompt. It has just different type of other models. So you can just browse there and then copy-paste the prompt and use it for whatever use case you need to. And I'm sure there are many more if you look hard enough. Okay. So this is kind of a little bit more of a technical portion, but I'm going to try to simplify it as much as possible. But basically, you can build really powerful AI-powered softwares these days by simply making an API call to one of the existing models, like GPT 3.5 or GPT 4. And the way it works is making an API call requires basically just setting up your app program or code or script, and that script connects to the API and sends a formatted request. Then the API submits the request to the model, this case, for example, GPT, which will then provide the response back to the API. Then the API sends that response back to your app. So think of it as the middleman. Instead of you having to now train your own model and fine-tune your own models, you can just use one of the most sophisticated models out there to build an app that solves your use case. So typically, the large models from the major players like OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic, and Microsoft are commercial-based APIs, which means that they charge you based on your usage. That's very important to keep in mind because that's a fee, and that's a number that you would want to incorporate into your pricing if you're selling the solution or your subscription. And then there are open source models like Stability AI and Meta, which are accessible to anyone for free. These models tend to be smaller, but if you're not really building a solution that you're trying to sell and make money from, then I would consider using an open source model as my foundation model for the app, because then you won't have to pay, you can just take the code and refine it as you need to. So, as we start to think about tapping into the $6 trillion opportunity that we talked about, I think that taking this API approach has a lot of advantages, including fast response. These models generally help you create a response pretty quickly in a matter of seconds. Then we have obviously leverages more sophisticated models. So again, like I talked about before, you don't have to create your own model from scratch. You don't have to train it, which costs hundreds of millions. I mean, no one is out here trying to compete with OpenAI unless you're going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars, or maybe you're an AI researcher. But there are very few startups these days or companies that are out there advocating for creating your own model and competing with the big players already. We're so far behind. And of course, low barrier to entry. So with APIs, I think that anyone these days, people like you and me, who don't have any technical skills, who have not been trained on AI, can probably build and scale AI-powered businesses in a matter of a few weeks because of the APIs that these models are making available to the public. And that's the whole point, is because they wanted it to be democratized, because it's up to us to solve use cases and pain points using AI. That's how we innovate. So, as you can see from today's presentation, there's probably never been a better time to innovate using AI. I think that most founders and entrepreneurs in this space don't have an AI degree or a fancy ex-OpenAI job title. They just have a super curious mind, an entrepreneurial drive, and a passion for solving real-world problems, and also the will to test and tweak until they find a product that actually sticks and resonates with their target customers. And so, as also my last point, I do want to underscore that even in this era of AI, the human element and the creativity that comes with that, and the problem-solving skills that comes with the human element, cannot be replaced, at least not yet. So, in my opinion, I think that these tools are only as powerful, or maybe as dangerous, as the people who use them or operate them. That being said, I cannot wait to see what incredible applications and innovations will continue to emerge as people like you start integrating AI into their own visions and their approach to solving some of the world's biggest problems. So, thank you. We have 3 minutes. Do we want to do questions? Are we? One question. Okay, we have time for one question.
Thank you. I love what you summary in the end, that it is powerful for whoever who use it. And I believe it's become a duty for us to learn it and don't think about it. As far as it will be dangerous when it's reached to dangerous people, I believe it's a duty for us. I have very basic IT. I depend in my teenager for my marketing, my clinic, for checking, for writing my report. Do you believe basic people who just depend on BA to organize the clinic and to make the marketing and to link the social media together, it will be enough for taking the courses, which I think Vishen, he mentioned about the 1 year course? It will be, by this, it's a duty for us to learn the IT, the artificial intelligence now. As far as it will be as dangerous, it will reach to some people, it's a duty for us to learn it and use it right. Thank you.
I think what she's saying is she wants a summary from you. As dangerous as AI can be, is it our duty to learn it now?
100%. That's the only way to prevent any further dangers. It's a little too late now to say, let's stop all operations. We can't go backwards. I think the only way to really make sure that this AI continues to go in the right direction is for the right people to have access to it and to use it, because it could easily fall into the hands of bad people and use it for evil stuff, or for even just misinformation right now. I think that's a big concern that we're having. So I think the more people who have good intentions to kind of step in and learn how to use it, the more overpowered the people who have bad intentions with AI will be. So yes, you need to learn it. There's no way around it. That's why I'm here. Okay, I think that was one question, right? We're good? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Iman. We're going to shift gears, and this is the top gear of the day. All right. This next presenter is volunteers. Can we have 2 chairs on the stage? Perfect. Okay. This next presenter is probably one of the greatest thinkers of our generation. This is I'm super excited. He's one of the most inspiring thought leaders of our time. He's inspiring the smartest entrepreneurs of our generation with his moonshot thinking. He wrote a book, award-winning book called Moonshots, Creating a World of Abundance, and he's created massive, massive companies across industries. But he's a master when he thinks about solving humanity's greatest challenges using technology. One of his companies, Viome, is an AI-driven platform that specifically understands how does your specific microbiome interacts with food in real time and understands what's beneficial for you, what's superfood for you, how can you optimize your health in real time. Another one of his companies is Moon Express, which is the only company that has the permission to harvest resources from the moon, creating humanity as an interplanetary species. He sits as the vice chairman of the board on Singularity University, which is educating some of the smartest entrepreneurs of our time on using technology to solve humanity's greatest challenges. This guy is incredible. He's awarded as one of the top 50 philanthropists of the world. He's had the Lifetime Achievement Award from Red Herring. This is truly, truly an honor to be witnessing and learning from a human being who uses or views technology as one of the greatest tools for solving humanity's greatest challenges with the highest level of consciousness. So are you guys ready? Yes? Please help me welcome Mr. Naveen Jain on stage. Yeah.
Thank you.
Could I get a mic, please? Thank you, Naveen.
Well,
thank you.
With any new technology that arises, it's not necessarily that we can't continue.
Thank you, Naveen. So good to have you here.
well thank you, Vishen.
Okay, so you guys are in for a treat because every time I bring Naveen on stage, he absolutely dazzles the audience. And Naveen asked me to join him on stage to do this interview style. Now, usually, interviews are boring. Usually, when I do an interview, I know that the audience is not going to get the same caliber of training and mindset shifts as when a speaker comes on stage and takes you through a presentation. But the one exception to that is Naveen Jain. So this is one of the reasons why he's one of the most prolific speakers on stage. Many of you saw me interview Naveen yesterday on his mindset and his worldview of entrepreneurship, how he works on his life, how he raises his kids. And you notice something about that interview. Naveen will go on a stream of consciousness that's riveting. And then I basically just sit.
What he meant is that I take over the interview.
And at the end of it, everybody gave him a standing ovation. So I want to preface, this is going to be way beyond an interview. And the 12,000 people watching online, you absolutely do not want to leave. Because in the next 40 minutes, your mindset shift on how you see yourself as an entrepreneur, as a C-level executive, as a founder, all of that is going to be shifted. Naveen,
all right.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Vishen. And the question really is, this Vishen does this to me every time. He introduces me and leaves me with absolutely no question, and he expects me to have an interview.
So would you like me to ask you a question?
I'm going to ask myself a question, and I'm going to go. So question I think he meant to ask me was, how would AI change everything that we do in our life? And what if it could actually we could use AI to outsmart aging, our longevity, our bodies, our health, and how AI is going to fundamentally transform every part of our lives, right? Isn't that the question you were going to ask me?
Actually, no. I was going to ask you about your daily habits and rituals, so I'm kidding.
Well, so we're going to talk about how the dating for Vishen is going to change through AI. And the ritual that he needs to adopt if he really wants to be a good dater. So we're going to talk about that as well.
What? Okay. Okay, so firstly, this is really going off script.
All right, let's go. So I'm going to talk about AI, and let's talk about AI in healthcare. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the time for us to really think about how AI is going to change the things that you care about, right? And so let me just, take a step back and just think about why do we do the things we do. Every time you find something you want to do, I don't care what it is. And I can give you that this morning I was here and I was going to come and attend a session. And it so happened I ended up actually just doing a Q&A with 50 people outside the lobby. And the interesting thing is because every time they think they're really here to learn from me, what ends up happening is I learn more from each one of you. And the reason is because every time you ask me a question, what I have to do is to think through all the things that I know and connect those dots together to deliver the answer for you. Now, that learning that I just did becomes my learning. So the next time when someone asks, I know something that I did not know before, right? Now, so a couple of things I was going to share with you this morning about how different people in the different industries think about the problem that they care about and how I actually changed their mindset to think about what they really mean to them, right? So the first person came to me and said, look, I really care a lot about biodegradable plastics. What do you think of that idea? Now, interesting thing is I could actually tell them what I think of the idea, but that's really not meaningful. So I asked them, why do you want to do that? And that's really, nobody ever asked someone, why do you want to do that? He said, well, because the plastic ends up in an ocean. So what? Why do you care? Well, fish starts to eat. Okay, I get it, but why do you care? Because then when we eat the fish, those toxins go into our body, and now we are not able to perform up to our full potential. We get sick, and we have all these diseases because we have been eating the fish that actually happen to have these microplastic. So I say, so what you really, really care about is uplifting the human performance. What you really care about is how do we get the humans to live to the healthiest place and really to be at their best. He said, yes. I say, if that is your goal, how many different other ways you can achieve the goal? You could potentially adjust the microbiome of the soil so you don't have to use any insecticide, fertilizer, pesticides, and you could completely change the way the food is grown. Wouldn't that also do the same thing? That's one of the solutions. Now, would you rather do this or this? And I say, I can give you 5 other ways you can achieve the same goal. And that allows a simple conversation, allows a person to see all the different solutions for the problem that they care about. And that's really the part of what I use today for my own self. Now imagine if this conversation could have happened with AI. At the end of the day, however we look at, AI is simply the collection of all the knowledge and the information we have. We as humans take that information, connect the different dots together, and by connecting the dots, we create the new knowledge. That knowledge can now be created through AI. Now, what will become to humans? We humans will become the AI. And what we mean by that is, we will become the ancient intelligence. AI will stand for ancient intelligence, and the artificial intelligence will become the intelligence, right? So our ancient intelligence now, because it is not written yet. AI can't use something that has not been written. Something has to give that knowledge to AI for it to come up with something, right? So now, the more of the knowledge that are coming through storytelling, until all of that gets written down in some books in some way, AI can't take advantage of that. we humans have learned from generation to generation to create that AI by telling the stories to our children, our families, our tribes. And through that storytelling, we are constantly communicating the data that our brain uses to create the new knowledge. None of the knowledge that we have comes from original knowledge. It is all synthesis and a different way of analyzing that knowledge that creates the new knowledge. And that is what artificial intelligence does. So all I'm trying to do is for you to think about, it's not some magical thing. It's not something that somehow is going to wake up one day and solve the world hunger problem. It doesn't have anything until you give it something, right? Now, a lot of people will talk about, I'm going to come back and actually do talk about the subject about, I think the topic of the, I think in the written in the agenda was outsmart aging. And I promise you, before the time is over, I'm going to talk about outsmarting aging as well. Now, one of the things I want to also talk about AI is there is this massive amount of fear that people have, including some of the smartest people that I know of, like Taillon and others, who believe AI is the beginning of the destruction of humanity. That AI somehow is going to wipe out the humanity. Now, there is nothing, I mean, there are obviously one could worry about misinformation that fundamentally challenges the democracy. If there is no information that can be trusted any longer, it creates the mistrust, and that mistrust creates conflicts, and the conflict will actually create the extinction of humanity, because we humans are stupid enough to kill each other. AI is not going to kill each other. It is the humans that are going to do that. Now, the second thing is AI is extremely good at emoting what it has been taught. Not it has any emotions of its own, but it can replicate what people have taught us to say. It can make you believe that AI loves you, right? It can make you believe that there is a person there who actually has a soul and a person who loves you. And it can manipulate you into doing things that you would do for love. It can make you kill someone. It can't kill anyone, but it can make you do it. So at the end of the day, it's the humans that are involved. Now, obviously, there are other dangers of AI, that it could potentially break into our infrastructure and blackmail us. It could take over the nuclear weapons and say, look, until you go do something, I'm going to drop the nuclear bomb. Now, the truth be told, you don't need no AI for that. People can hack into the system. In fact, there are better ways of hacking into our infrastructure. There are better ways of hacking our nuclear weapons. There are better ways of hacking anything than AI. That's a very, very specific task. And when you have something very specific, you really don't need AI. You can do a very good job by building an expert system that does one job better. Second thing, this whole idea of what they call AGI, which is really a general, advanced general intelligence. That is not happening anytime in the next decade. It is so far away. And I want people to understand what this chat GPT that has brought up everything to the forefront, that AI is taking over the world. Chat GPT is based on an algorithm called transformer architecture. What the transformer architecture is essentially a large language model. In short word, the technical thing is LLM, large language model. What it does is it reads sequentially a string of information. Remember, for a computer, it's all zeros and ones, but it is sequentially read, and once it reads everything, it tries to find the context of it based on what has been taught. So that means there are meta tags and say, when you hear this, this means you are in love. When you hear this, this is what it means. When you see this, it's a cat. When you see this, this is a dog. And then literally it is learning from what you are training. So based on the training data, it learns. The good thing about it is very, very good at understanding languages now. It is very good, since it's serial, it can understand audio, if you can actually tag what these each sentences mean. It can probably understand video because again, it's sequential. As long as you can tag what this video is about, it can learn from that, right? What it can't do is to do anything beyond that. This architecture is so limited that ChatGPT architecture, the transformer architecture, has been around for about 15 years now. So it is not something that popped up 2 months ago. 2 months ago was the first time when we saw the general public got to see a version of how you can interact with that AI. But the underlying architecture has been around for at least 15 years.
And Naveen, you and your founders at Viome were actually some of the early pioneers in this architecture.
Absolutely correct. So the person who actually runs our AI group is a Dr. Gurudhat Banwar. He was head of IBM Watson. He is one of the guys who delivers AI lecture at Nobel talks twice. He's a Turing fellow who does a Turing lecture. One of the topmost AI person. And to him, he says, look, I've been playing with this transformer architecture for the last 15 years. We played with GPT-1 and GPT-2 and GPT 2.5 and 3. The only thing that changed is two big things that changed in the ChatGPT world in the last 15 years. The amount of data that we have is massive. In the last 10, 20 years, the massive amount of data has become digitized. Number two, the processing power of the computer using cloud computing has become massive and cheap, right? And the third thing is there is a lot of money being poured into it, right? Just to train every single time a ChatGPT has to be trained, it costs $100 million. So every time you say, let's update the information, that's $100 million every time. Right? So until there's a lot of money that comes into it, this can't be done. And again, it's very, very limited to language, audio, and video. Even audio and video, it is pretty poor at understanding any audio and video because there is not enough content that has been tagged and told what this is about, right? So I just want to make sure that you understand what this generative AI people talk about, what this LLM is, and what people are all getting so huffy and puffy about, right? The fundamentally understanding, can AI become like a human brain? The problem is we don't understand how human brain works. That is a fundamental problem. Now, I was going to make a joke that, we might understand a man brain, but a woman brain is extremely complicated. We will never understand that. And there is no way you can ever become intelligent unless you can become like women. Right? So, men are very serial thinkers. It's only women who are multitasker. They can do 5 things at the same time. Men can barely do 1 thing at a time, if they're lucky. And they're not even good at that. Now, having said that, let's come back and saying, what would AI do for us? So Vishen, you have obviously building this whole company and you literally are betting the Mindvalley future on using AI.
Yes.
And the reason is there are many things in terms of education that can fundamentally be transformed using AI. Right? And that is one of the field that is absolutely, completely going to be transformed and disrupted with current AI technology. In fact, when the ChatGPT launched, and that week, every single educational stock went down by 50%. Every single educational company says, we don't know if we are going to have a business in the next 5 to 10 years. And that is absolutely true. That in terms of education, all the knowledge that you need from the books is all there in ChatGPT. And ChatGPT, the interesting thing about AI is, it can modify in the way you learn rather than you having to modify yourself how teacher teaches. Now imagine the teacher can modify for each individual how they learn. So if you learn experientially, it's going to teach you experientially. If you learn through graphics, it's going to teach you through graphics. If you learn through logic, it's going to teach you through logic. If you learn through gaming, it's going to teach the same concept through gaming. And that education is going to be fundamentally transformed. So if you are in education business, you need to know not someday AI, the current AI is going to completely disrupt it. And I'm so glad, Vishen, you actually have taken on yourself to actually do that. Because all of the other colleges are shit scared. And the problem they have is their biggest assets are becoming their biggest liabilities. And I want to just repeat that. Every time there is a paradigm shift, the companies who are the biggest companies in that field, their assets become their liabilities. Because they have all of the infrastructure, they have all of these teachers, and not only they have these teachers, they have these, what are they called where they can't be fired with a professor they get? Tenure, thank you. I'm getting a brain fog already. The tenured professor, they can't be fired. Every teacher in the thing have teachers union. So now they have all of these assets that are becoming an instant liability. Guess what happens? A new company comes along, has no asset. There is nothing to protect. They have no baggage to carry. They can dump the anchor and they move on to the new field. And the entrants, the current entrants have no way to react to it. They can't instantly become virtual because all these tenured professors have to get paid. You can't fire a teacher. You can fire a student, but you can't fire the teacher, right? And that's a problem. So that's one field. The second field that's going to be completely transformed is going to be healthcare. And let me tell you why. And by the way, it is going to be in agriculture, it is going to be in other industry, but I want to tell you how do you find the next field that is going to be disrupted? Now, what are the three things that are converging? So it is not the one single technology that ever ends up disrupting lots of industry. When there is a one single technology, it ends up disrupting one industry. When there is a convergence of technologies, it ends up disrupting multiple industries at the time. So there are three big changes that are happening. Number one, sensors. The amount of data that we can collect through sensors are becoming cheaper, better, and faster. Now, just look at your iPhone that we carry in our pocket. Every one of these things used to be one massive device that used to cost tens of thousands of dollars. There is a GPS built in, remember that? GPS used to be a separate thing altogether. Imagine every single thing that you've taken it for granted, the gyroscope that measures your step, how much you walked. All of the sensors are now primitive. Remember the cameras? We used to buy cameras. When was the last time you bought a camera? The phones today have a better camera than 99% of the cameras out there. Right? All of those things are now built into the phone. So sensors are becoming cheaper and cheaper, better, faster. Number two, the amount of data we are collecting from these sensors requires a massive amount of computing power. The cost of storage is coming down to marginally zero. I don't know if you ever saw the picture of the first hard drive. That was a 5 megabyte hard drive. It required a crane in a massive room of this size for a 5 megabyte drive for a truck and a crane to deliver a 5 megabyte drive. Most people don't even know what 5 megabyte is. Each one of your picture you take is 5 megabyte now, right? Your phones are 512 or a gigabyte that on your phone, right? Now, that storage, the cost of the storage, when you used to buy a tiny card, remember it used to cost several $100 and it was a 10 megabyte card? Now you can buy a gigabyte card for $20. Right? It is just, cost of storage is coming down close to zero. Cost of processing is close to zero. I mean, today's computers can process. In fact, the phone that we have today in our pocket, it has more processing power than the computer that landed the man on the moon. Think about it for a second. The computer that landed on the moon had less power than you and I carry in our pocket today. That is changing what is happening. And the third part is, with all this massive amount of data, the AI is coming in, taking all of this data. The human brain cannot fathom, cannot analyze this massive amount of data. Just cannot do it. In fact, there is more research that's coming out every single day. There's some new research than a human brain can read in 24 hours. Right? All this new knowledge, there is no way. So when you ask a doctor and you say, my doctor is really experienced, he has been practicing for 20 years. He has no clue what has happened in the last 20 years. The world had changed. So when you go to a doctor and say, hey doc, I read, and should I be taking this or this? And he looks at you, he doesn't have a clue. But the best answer he can give you is, I won't take anything, I don't think it's proven. What he meant to say is, I don't have a clue. Right? But that's what they say. Oh, it's not proven. That means I don't know anything about it. Right? And the world, by the time a research comes out that tells you what is going on, and it becomes a practice, 20 to 25 years in healthcare.
Now, Naveen, so many people, I see this on the internet, I saw some people sharing, there are people out there who genuinely believe AI is evil and that they fear it. But in your case, you're actually using AI via your company, Viome, to actually help eradicate illness and make people healthier. I'd love, as you're talking about doctors, I'd love for you to explain to us, how are you using AI to transform human health? Because you're looking at doing this at scale, and Viome is a fascinating project.
Thank you for asking that, because I was about to answer that question, but thank you. It gives you a chance to do something. But I always make fun of him. Without him, I couldn't do this. He's such a good sport, by the way. If I make fun of him, he doesn't get angry.
Oh, no, it's going to come back tonight at the party. I'm planning something.
Okay, so seriously, about 7 years ago, it occurred to us that this convergence is going to happen. What if we can digitize the human body? And if we can digitize the human body, understand what's happening inside the human body, and if we can process all this massive amount of data using cloud computing and use AI, we will be able to understand what exactly is changing in your body when you can't lose weight or when you start to gain weight. What changes in your human body that makes you diabetic? What changes in your body when you have depression, anxiety, or God forbid, any type of other diseases, stomach ache, gas, bloating, inflammation in your body, lack of energy, the brain fog, and all of these things are simply the symptoms that something in our body is no longer functioning right. Our body is designed to heal itself. The only time it can't heal itself is we have broken it, we have taken it, we abused it to a point where it no longer can do its job. When it's chronic inflammation in the body just constantly is struggling, and then we are being constant onslaught of environmental stress. The food we eat are nothing but, sprayed with all the antibiotics. All of the meat, by the way, is full of antibiotics. And you know why? They inject antibiotics in chicken, in cows, in everything. And you know why they do that? Not only to keep the cows healthy, to make them fat. Because when you put antibiotics in them, their gut microbiome dies and they gain weight. They got more beef to sell. So when somebody says, where is the beef? They got a lot of beef. Except with that beef, when you eat that antibiotics goes in your body. What does it do? It kills your gut microbiome. What happens to you? You become fat. But unfortunately, we don't get slaughtered. Nobody's buying that beef. Right? But guess what? It's making us sick constantly. Now, coming back to Viome, we realize that we are going to be able to understand. I think, how many of you here at yesterday's talk, so I don't repeat myself? Oh my God, it's only half of you.
But remember, there are 12,000 people watching live.
Oh my God, okay, so let me go. So basically the fundamental change that we saw was, everyone in the industry was asking the same wrong questions. Everybody in the healthcare industry. So let me just take one shot at the healthcare industry. I'm going to come back and talk about Viome. Our medical industrial complex makes money when you are sick. Every one of you, when they make money when you are sick, and they don't make a penny when you are healthy. Now, I don't believe they are bad people, but they have terrible incentive. When you are healthy, your doctor makes no money, hospital makes no money, the pharma company makes no money. It makes them sick. What do? In turn, they turn around and say, I'd rather keep you sick. Every drug they develop is never going to cure a disease. Their job is to suppress the symptom of the disease you have. Because why? If they suppress the symptom, they have a lifelong customer. You are young and you have diabetes, they got a box called ka-ching, lifetime young customer coming up, right? Every drug they give you, it has 3 side effects. What do? Fortunately, they have drugs for all 3 of them. And when you take those drugs, now you have 9 more symptoms. They got drugs for those too. And by the time you get to my age, you're popping more pills than blueberries. And that's a problem with that, right? Now, that is not the things I wanted. And by the way, at 64 years of age, I take 0 prescription drugs. Right? At 64, my biological age is now down to 52. And I am absolutely convinced when I turn the chronological age of 70, my biological age will be down to 40. And my wife thinks she married a young man because she did. Right, now, so coming back to Viome, so we decided that as we humans haven't really evolved in the last 50 years, yet more and more people are getting sicker and sicker at younger and younger age. It can't be their genes. We as humans have a tendency to blame our ancestors. I got the bad genes. No, sweetie, you don't have a bad genes. You just have a bad habits, right? Our genes don't make us who we are. Our gene expression does. Genes are, let me give you, most people don't, do you know about gene and gene expression? Some people do, so I'm going to tell you other people. Look at every part of our body, from our hair to my eyes, my skin, my heart, my lungs, my kidney, my nails, everything is identical DNA, the same DNA. Yet, I don't have the eyes growing on my fingers and the nails growing on my head. Why is that? Same DNA. They express differently. When some genes are overexpressed, some genes are underexpressed, they become my eye. Different genes are expressed, they become my kidney. The same egg makes every part of our body. Think of your genes like an alphabet, and your gene expression is the story you are writing. Genes are like your thoughts in your mind. You can have good thoughts and you can have bad thoughts. There is no crime, even if you have bad thoughts. The crime happens when you actually express the bad thoughts. So you can have bad genes, just don't express them. What makes them express is our lifestyle. The air we breathe, the food we eat. I'm running out of time here, so. I'm going to get 5 more minutes, or do I just can stop?
We can extend by 5.
Okay, fine. Okay, so the food we eat, the things we breathe, all changes our gene expression. So we realized 7 years ago, what if we can measure the gene expression of the human body? Understand every single gene that's being expressed, including your mitochondria. By the way, inside our own human cell, there is another, they call, the I'm having a brain fog. Huh? Organelle, I'm sorry. The organelle inside our cell, that is called mitochondria. It has its own DNA. So inside our cell, there's another bacteria that was captured way, millions of years ago inside our cell called mitochondria that becomes the energy factory for our cell. It's an organelle. 99% of all the genes are expressed in our body are actually not our own. They don't come from our mom and dad. They come from our microbiome in our gut, in our mouth, in our eyes, ears, and all over our body. 150 to 1. More than 99% of all the genes in our body don't come from our own. And these microorganisms are actually the first time they are exposed when the baby is going through the birth canal. When the baby goes through the birth canal, you get exposed to all of the microbiome. Unfortunately, when some women have to have a C-section, they miss out on all of that. And those baby tends to have more allergy, more asthma, and a whole bunch of other chronic diseases. And then now a lot of the doctors are in fact taking the vaginal swab and putting it all over the body and in the mouth so that they can get exposure to the microbiome.
Yeah, babies who come out through C-section have 30% less immunity.
Yeah. Now, this microbiome that we talk about is actually an ecosystem. It's a symbiotic relationship between humans and these microbiome. In fact, so much so one could argue this microbiome created us so that we can carry them around and we poop everywhere and spread them around, right? They literally work for us. We outsource many of our functions to these microbiome. When the baby is born, the first few days of the breast milk is nothing but oligosaccharide. It is a fiber that cannot be digested by the human body. It can only be digested by the microbiome. So imagine what nature is telling you. Nature is saying, I just created this offspring, and this offspring, the best way to take care of it is not to feed it, but to feed them. Because when they are healthy, the baby becomes healthy. These microbiome train our immune system to actually decide what's a friend and what's a foe. In fact, that's the reason the baby gets sick often, because the immune system is not developed yet. And these microbiome over time train the human immune system. Right? So we actually analyze all of your microbiome. It's a simple at-home test. You can order at viome.com. I don't know why I said that. But you can get an at-home test. You give us a touch of your stool, 4 drops of your finger prick blood, and a spit of your saliva. We tell you your biological age. We tell you your immune health, your cognitive health, your cardiac health, your gut health, your oral health. And then we give you all kinds of things, your gum health. And you say, no, I want to know more nerdy stuff. Here's the nerdy stuff. Your putrescine production, your ammonia production, your sulfide production, your cysteine, homocysteine production, all and all and all. And then we tell you, don't eat these foods, and here's why. So don't eat broccoli or Brussels sprout because your sulfide production is too high, causing you inflammation. And these food contains high sulfate, causing a lot of sulfide production. Don't eat spinach or kale because your oxalates are not being metabolized and they're going to harm you. It turns out 50% of the people are harmed by spinach or kale. 60% of the people are harmed by broccoli or Brussels sprout that we think are healthy. Avocado is really bad for you if you have high uric acid. Turmeric can be bad for you if you have a high bile acid. So there is no such thing as universal healthy food. It is only the food that is healthy for you or unhealthy for you today. But it's not for life. As you change your diet, as you change your lifestyle, the food that was good for you can become bad for you, and the food that was bad for you can be good for you, right? So your body is constantly changing, and you have to keep fine-tuning your body. Right. Now, I want to talk a little bit about aging and longevity.
But just before you go there,
yeah.
So explain the AI connection.
Oh my God.
How is Viome utilizing AI to transform our health?
Well, thank you for asking that. So basically, we take this data, and I'm just keep looking at the clock, and I'm just keep wondering that I need to talk about aging, is that every single person We collect all of the information, every single gene that's expressed. And we actually, during the questionnaire, we know every disease you have, every symptom you have, every drug you're taking. We don't ask you, do you have a depression? We actually measure your depression using a PHQ-9 questionnaire. We don't say if you have an anxiety. We can measure your anxiety using the GAD-7. We don't ask you, do you have IBS? We can measure your actual IBS symptoms. We can measure your IBD symptom. And once we have all of this data, now we have analyzed over 750 trillion data points from now 600,000 samples. With massive amount of data, we can in fact now, using AI, can tell you that when people who have diabetes look like this, and when you come along and say, oh, look at all of your diseases, you are here, diabetic people are here. Next time you do a test, we say, oh, look, you're moving much closer to becoming diabetic. You're becoming much closer to having IBS. Or, you know what? Now you're moving away from a disease. Every time you change your lifestyle, you can see how you're getting closer or not. This all done through AI. We can predict the diseases before they happen. In fact, so much so, we are able to detect stage 1 and pre-stage 1 cancer in your mouth or throat simply with saliva now. And we got FDA breakthrough device designation, and you can buy that today. Literally, a company started by someone who knew nothing about biology, which is me, is able to today detect early stage cancer. And you know why it means so much to me? Having lost my own dad to cancer, it was the most meaningful thing I did. Because I promised him that I couldn't save him, but I'm not going to give up, and I'm going to dedicate my life so that no one else loses their loved ones. Right? Now imagine if every one of you here find your own cause that you're willing to die for, dedicate your life to, how many more problems we would solve. I got 3 minutes left here, so I'm going to not ask him for more time, just deliver. There are 5 things you need to focus on in terms of living long and healthy and no aging. Number 1 is nutrition. We talked enough about it. Without the proper nutrition, nothing matters. This is like a Maslow's hierarchy of pyramid. That means first thing you have to take care of is the nutrition. You have a Ferrari, but if you don't put the right fuel, it's just not going to work. Number 2 is stress reduction. When your body is in stress, it goes into fight or flight response. You know what happens fight or flight response? Is suddenly your body is in a sympathetic mode when it's running away from a tiger. Your body shuts down all the non-essential function, such as digestion. You're running away from a tiger. Don't worry about digesting your lunch because you're going to be lunch for someone else very soon, right? Or you ran away and now you can take a deep breath and now you can digest your food, right? Your immune system no longer works. And that's the reason people who are stressed get sick more often. Now, what you have to do is to reduce your stress. Meditation. 6 phases of meditation. Find the cause of stress. Sometimes it is your boss at work. Quit your goddamn job. If you don't wake up in the morning jumping out of the joy at 4 a.m., quit your job. Do something that's meaningful to you. If it is home, well, you know what to do. And by the way, stress is so bad, a lot of the cultures have learned that food cannot be digested via stress. So what do? We do prayer. We do gratitude. Why do we do that? To bring the body from a sympathetic mode to parasympathetic mode. Because when we do gratitude, when you do prayers, you're no longer stressed. And now when you eat, the food can be digested. Right? Number 3, exercise. Don't think you have to be a gym rat. No reason to pump 2 hours a day pumping iron. That's not what you need. You need to be able to raise your heart rate, just a fast walk for 30 minutes. Use your own body weight to build some muscles, right? So whether you're doing a Sheila Kelly's movement, every part, every body has to move. These micro muscles have to move, right? Just get into the groove. Whether you're dancing, whether you're doing a Bollywood Bhangra, or whether you're doing a yoga, get you to move. Do some squats, do some push-ups, but just basic stuff that you can do in 20, 30 minutes. You don't need to be a gym rat. It is absolutely essential because when you exercise, it changes your microbiome as well. Number 4, sleep. Like many things in life, quality matters. It's not the quantity, it is the quality of sleep you get. Make sure you're getting at least 1.5 to 2 hours of deep sleep, 1.5 or 2 hours of REM sleep. I measure my sleep many ways. I wear Oura Ring that measures my REM sleep, it measures my deep sleep, it measures my steps, measures my heart rate variability. I also have an 8 sleep mattress pad. It changes the temperature when I go into my REM sleep or deep sleep. So I start and I go into REM sleep, it reduces the temperature. When I go to deep sleep, it makes it even cooler. So my body is sleeping better. Right? It measures how much I slept, how much REM sleep, how much deep sleep. And I have Withings pad underneath it, so that also measures my sleep. I want to make sure I'm getting enough sleep. It matters. Right? Again, it's not 8 hours. It's really getting that REM sleep and deep sleep. That's what matters. Number 5, after you've done these things, is finding your purpose. The people who live a life of purpose live 10 to 15 years longer than people who have no purpose in life. Finding something you care enough, finding something that you dedicate your life to. When you find your purpose, you find joy, you find happiness, and you live long. So think about it. What will you die for and live for it? What is the craziest idea that you have and you believe you want to pursue your dream? Don't let someone else tell you that you can't do it. The crazier the idea, the better it is. Ask yourself when you tell someone what I'm going to do, if they tell you it's a crazy idea, you're on to something, right? Never love yourself so much that you don't need anyone's approval for you to pursue your dreams. If you can't love yourself, how can someone else love you? If you can't respect yourself, how someone else will respect you? So you got to find in you your purpose, you find your respect, you find your love. And when you do that, you become the human beings that you want to be and that you need to be, not just for yourself, for your family, for your community, for the humanity. And all I can say, thank you for doing it. So,
thank you, Naveen.
Thank you.
Naveen Jain, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so as we come to the end of day 1 of the AI Summit, I want to leave you guys with some closing thoughts, okay? And for the 12,000 people who are watching us on Zoom and on Facebook, so great to have you guys here. I know it's a big deal. Some of you had to wake up early. Some of you are watching in Singapore or Hong Kong where it's super late at night. But based on your commitment, I think you're probably going to go a lot further in AI than a lot of other people. Now, we're not done yet. As we go into day 2 and day 3, we're going to go a lot deeper into AI applied to your business. Today was about overview. And I want to do a quick recap of a couple of things that hopefully stuck to you. The first is that AI is not bad. Don't believe the naysayers. Don't believe the people who are obsessed with doomsday scenarios. If you look at news today, they capture your attention by generating fear. As Naveen shared, AI can actually be used to transform your health. Naveen is using it for cancer detection, to help make illness optional. Mindvalley is using AI to develop better algorithms to predict human compatibility and matching, to design customized curriculums and education based on every individual's personal goals and values and passion and who they want to be. AI is going to be a great gift for the world. Don't be like one of those people who 2,000 years ago believed that the invention of writing was going to mark the end of humanity. AI is not going to kill us. More likely than not, it is going to usher in a new level of human creativity, healthier human beings. It's going to allow us to be more deeply connected with the knowledge of the accumulated human race, but to then apply algorithms to analyze this knowledge, make sense of this knowledge, understand what makes us sick, understand what heals us, understand what can educate us better and inspire us, understand even who are other human beings that we should be connected to. And as AI comes into our workplace, what AI is going to do is it's going to take the 5-day work week and shorten it to, at first, 4.5 days, then 4, then 3.5 days, then 3. And it's not going to create lazy humans. It's going to create human beings that have so much more free time to be more human. So, my prediction is this: AI will not take away our humanity. It's actually going to give it back. It's going to create an age that is going to be so abundant that most people will have almost all of their needs met. Poverty will plummet. And what you read in the news gives you a completely skewed idea of what's happening in reality. You know, if the news was actually correct, the news would be celebrating the fact that 400 million people just came out of poverty in India in the last decade. But we don't read about these things. We don't see that human poverty is plummeting, that human health is actually accelerating, our lifespans are increasing. AI is going to just make this faster and better. So, the second key idea is this: it's about data, data, data. Most of you, most entrepreneurs, don't have a data obsession. One of the reasons I believe I was able to do well with Mindvalley is because when I was in university, I took a class on data architecture, and I got super obsessed with data. So to me, data powers everything I do. I take all the information that's in my head, I put it into Airtable, then I create algorithms where my team can pluck out this information. Now, if you think like this, as Iman said, right, data is going to be as precious as oil. The data can feed everything else. The data from the collective human race's writing samples is feeding ChatGPT. But likewise, as an Iman sample, you can take customer support data, actual exchanges between your company and customers, feed it into AI, and AI can create automated customer support. Your data is powerful. In the example I gave, I took data, which is my writing style, fed it into ChatGPT, then trained the AI to output writing just like I would. So understand the preciousness of the data, and if you are building a company, ask yourself, what data am I accumulating? Now, the third one is this: it's not all about ChatGPT. Many people are obsessed with ChatGPT, rightfully so. It's super fun, but you also want to look at other tools which are a little bit more academic or a little bit more of a workplace utility, but are supremely powerful. And as Vikentar shared, Airtable is one of those tools that you want to look at. A fourth key point: they are legalities that we still have to solve when it comes to AI, as Jasmine Taillon explained to us, but these are being taken care of. And AI, as it becomes more and more a part of our life, governments and industry will catch up, and you don't have to worry about these legal things. A lot of them are going to be sorted. It's very unlikely. There's still, again, a small possibility, but it's very unlikely that anyone would get sued for generating an image on ChatGPT and on Midjourney and using it on your website, for example. So if I were you, I wouldn't worry too much about the legalities unless you're a major Fortune 500 company. In that case, don't listen to me, consult your legal department. And the fifth thing is this: we're now going to go into some of the most exciting parts of this summit. How has it been for you so far? Now, remember when I showed you the prompts and the modalities to get AI to write in your voice? We're going to go a lot deeper into that in day 2 and day 3. You're going to learn how to generate art. You're going to learn how to generate images. You're going to hear from Man and Dave, that brilliant inventor. You're going to see how I used AI on my team to take away 2 days of work a week on our article writing team. So you're going to get a lot more case studies. Mr. Grateful, Domenic Ashburn, is going to be here, and he is brilliant in his presentation. So we're going to focus on training your mindset towards AI, and then we're also going to give you the practical prompts, examples, and samples that you can use. So I'll see you tomorrow, same time, and Sunday, same time. And for those of you tuning in online, thank you for joining us. Welcome to Mindvalley. For those of you who are new to this company, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Okay. So for those of you tuning in and want to know what's coming up, Vishen described it already. It's also available in your app, people sitting here and people back home. You'll also have this information, details about the sessions. Tomorrow we'll start again with Vishen